making history at ECAC. And there it is! Both platforms online, and Dip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
It's been a week of finals, and here we are at the final end of the finals. It is the grand finals of the ECAC Super Elite Division, and I could not be more happy to be here casting it alongside my very, very good friend. It is again Orbital, and the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and we'll be your casters for this evening's matchup between Weber as well as Brooklyn. I mean, RMC, this is going to be a good matchup.
It is, Orbital. You know, we've got lots of matchups tonight. You know, we've got production versus spectator client, because there has been a lot coming through. I've got me fighting off my hiccups right now. I apologize in advance for what's going to happen. But, of course, Orbital, there is Weber up against Brooklyn, as you have mentioned. And let's quickly talk about these teams, because it's not the first time that they've met. They've met in the regular season. And they've met before. Actually, last split, Weber won it all. They are the current reigning champions. And Brooklyn was taken out by Weber in the quarterfinals. It's almost poetic that Brooklyn comes back this split. They've improved so much, not just between splits, but within the split, and they're at the grand finals facing their foes once again.
And as much as we do want to say it is nice to see a rematch, this is still Weber, and we have to do a little bit of a reality check. This Weber squad we've seen before. I think even last week we've seen this squad run it up in the semifinals. There are some amazing players. My personal favorite, Zadox, in that jungle side. Very, very fun, very enjoyable. But you, RMC, you know a certain player that has been around the block here, as well as in some other leagues that others may or may not know about.
Yeah, so we look at sort of the Weber rosters here. You know, people like Zadox they've been around a long time, but they've had some changes. First of all, their support, Mother Goose stepping in for St. Daniel, is subbing in as actually a top lane main, so props to them for stepping in and helping out. But their mid laner, Goku Orbital, is actually a former Tier 1 player from Brazil, from CBLOL. Not only did he play in Tier 1, this guy won and went to Worlds back in 2019. We have a literal Worlds player here in the Grand Finals.
And it's so much fun. But of course, the players were more excited than ever for the rematch, for a little bit of revenge, and hopefully a shot at that crown. It is going to be draft phase very early on. Weber, of course, coming in from the top side of that bracket, is going to be on that blue side and already banning out the Kalista. Don't want Ming to get a hold on that one. Brooklyn, for their own benefit, banning away the way Goku, I think, can use that very, very well to go ahead and partner up with Zadox, get that long-range jungle mid duo synergy moving. Of course, moving into Weber's side, there are a couple options that you could go for if you want to focus some of those hypers, and it is going to be a little bit of focus towards that jungle of Vi, Hover, and a ban.
That's not really the jungle I thought of when I was thinking of Whelp. Last week, I think, the interview with Tentacle Coach, the coach for Brooklyn College, we were talking about Shaco for Whelp. So I'm curious if we do see that sort of Shaco ban come through, something that he's very proficient on, and I think a lot of players aren't used to handling. Brooklyn with the Urgot ban makes sense. Jexorx, known as a very lane dominant player, likes champions like that. Urgot, Darius, Renekton, I wouldn't be surprised to see being focused out a little bit. And or you could go for the mid lane, because Goku has been popping off on Ari and LeBlanc, champions that can really take over the mid lane and snowball very, very quickly.
I mean, you just said it, and it seems like we spoke it into existence. Brooklyn also don't want to deal with that. No hiccups here. It is going to be the Fiora and LeBlanc taken away and out of the table, but it still leaves open the Varus, and Sendy has played this to a very strong extent. I know we talked about Goku and Zadox, but Sendy, not only the ADC, but also this coach of the team. It is going to be answered, though. Varus is well known already as an ADC. You might as well go ahead and bring a little bit of spice to the table. That is a Zac.
Yeah, the Zac, especially for Brooklyn, is interesting. So Weber, a lot of times, they seem to win out just by being incredibly strong in lane, so expect these lane dominant picks like a Varus that can flex between on-hit and lethality. But Brooklyn, they really start to click together when their draft started to come together, and what they like is early flex picks, things like Karma, like Zac, which can go to multiple roles, and then kind of solidifying it later on in the R3, R4, R5 positions. And a lot of times they can kind of go for pocket picks as well, excuse me. Things like the Shaco we talked about, but Sam has been playing a lot of Kassadin as well, and they're hovering it, Orbital. I don't know.
Oh, it's in. This is, okay, so this is really, really good. Again, we saw some of those regular picks, the Karma, the Ari, and the Nautilus all make sense. Not the Cassante, wow. Kassadin, of course, is a Saban special, and it does lead into that, hey, stall out the early game, get through laning phase, move into that mid to late, and be a powerhouse. All of a sudden, this early game pressure that Weaver are wanting to throw down is going to be gone. Now you take away some of those other pieces that can run over the lane. The Darius is banned away. Weaver also taking away a lot of that engaged focus, that ability to catch out. You ban away that Ashe, and you can see where everyone's focus is as these bans are coming in lightning fast.
Yeah, and for Weber right now, they're looking for the jungle and their top laner, and we're seeing Brooklyn kind of pinch out Jexorx's pool a little bit. They want to make sure he doesn't get many of those lane dominant champions. The likes of Renekton is still on the table if he wants to go for that. Brooklyn, on the other hand, AD carry and top lane is what they're looking for. I expect to see the AD picked first, and then you kind of save the top lane after you see what Weber is putting up there.
I would hope they go ahead and go for that. I mean, that would give Phil such a very nice presence. Of course, we know that Zac can be flexed around, have a little bit of a taste, so we're still wondering exactly where they want to go with. And that is going to be a Xayah. Once again, a very safe style of play. You pick the Xayah to hit that level 6 and hopefully be able to weather the storm with that Feather Storm. At the same note, though, Weber, they are picking up one of the stronger value top laners that can be used. We've seen Gragas kind of rise to that tier of another, AS tier, and it is a good blind pick, in my opinion, if you are setting it top. Remember, we are still waiting. We're seeing that exact last pickup here. Zadok's wondering exactly what we're going to go for. This makes sense. I love it.
Yeah, one of his most played champions throughout the split, bro. And the Viego paired with the likes of the Ahri and the LeBlanc have been the bread and butter of Weber, and it's what gives them so much control around the jungle mid duo. Brooklyn, on the other hand, you've got Cassin, you've got Zaya, a lot of skill, and you need a bridge, and it is gonna be Zac top orbital. If you needed a bridge, you needed something strong in the early game. I was thinking, what top laners can you go for? But what was I thinking? We forgot. We mentioned it early. Shaco for help was available. It completely slipped our minds, and now Hope, with this champion, is able to exert so much pressure. It's not just about the ganks, it's just about the mental game, because Shaco is so mobile. He can be anywhere. He can be in your lane, and with that deceive, a lot of times you won't even see him sneak into your bushes.
Not even a pink ward. That's the worst part about it. You cannot do anything about this champion, and it feels like out of the gate, Brooklyn already knew they were going into a very difficult matchup. This is what this draft screams to me. Not only are you going a little bit mid to late game centric, which is what I see the Kassadin, the Zaya and the Zac, you want to get tankier for that late. These are high comfort picks. These are not in the standard meta by any stretch of the imagination. We have to lay that out right now. They're good in their own way, but you don't normally see this in competitive. But when you look down the roster of Brooklyn College, I'm very, very impressed. You know it's a hard matchup. You need that comfort. You need that sustainability, and I really hope it works out for them.
Yeah, and it feels like a bit of a departure from what we usually see from Brooklyn. Brooklyn usually really strong team fighting, especially with Sam on champions like Orianna in the mid lane, was his most played for a good reason. Things like a Xin Zhao in the jungle for help to kind of set up for that team fight. But this time, that's not the case, right? You've got a lot of agency. Zaya is an AD carrier who carries her own peel, like you mentioned, the Featherstorm. She doesn't need the team to set up for her. Cassadin, another champion, does his own thing. And Shaco is infamous for not being a good team fighter. So the style that Brooklyn has to play here is going to be very different. It's more about picks. It's more about map pressure and rotations. And to do that into Weber. We mentioned Weber, really strong laning team. And again, I see the Ahri Viego. That's a really strong duo. I expect that to win out against Shaco Kassadin early on. Varus, even if you don't go lethality, can still hold his own against the Zaya, who needs time to scale. And even in the top lane, Gragas into Zac is a very much sustain-heavy lane. But once you throw the junglers into it, well, things get a lot more complicated. And I think that is potentially one of the more volatile lanes that we might get to see. So definitely a big challenge being issued right now from Brooklyn to Weber.
And I think Weber are going to be more than happy to kind of set up for it. You look down the lanes, as you mentioned, it is some of those lane dominant focus, but that top side very specifically to me is the fun one. This is a Zac Gragas, and when I say fun, I don't actually mean fun. This isn't like actually going to be, because it's like a wet noodle fight in the top lane. I'm sorry. It's a Zac. I don't know what else to tell you. But
I'm sorry, you don't like two fat guys going at each other, just dripping slime and beer everywhere, and just being tacky till the junglers get there.
Listen, I know that some people's that's some people's cup of tea. It's not mine, unfortunately. In this current situation as well, though, Jexor has, I think, a very important job. It's to try and dominate over this Zac. The Zac was picked up. It is a flex pick, and I want to see Gragas get off to a very nice start and be able to dominate out. Because if the Zac gets strong, I'm actually quite scared for the likes of this Varus and the Ahri. These are squishy. And I mean, also the Zac's the main engage tool. You want that taken away. You don't want to allow that to have access in and act as that proxy jungler once you go to mid to late team fighting, if they have to team fight.
Sure, and Zac has a lot of built-in damage. That's one of the reasons why we've actually seen him rise a little bit in prominence, not just for the lane sustain. And with the Zac as well, even if you go down early, it doesn't matter, because you look over the side of Weber and they don't really have true tanks. Maybe Jexor goes the sort of tank Gragas build. That is an option. But given how kind of squishy a lot of these teams are right now, with the exception of the Zac, I almost feel like the AP build would be better for Jexorx in the long run, and especially being able to actually sustain and potentially split push 1v1 the Zac later on. So if that is the case, then Phil's job as the Zac is just get there, burst somebody down, and then let Sam clean up with the Kassadin. We've seen Kassadin be called Win for a reason, right? Once you hit that level 16, once you've got a couple items under your belt. There's very few champions who can kind of survive that full burst damage, or very few carry champions that can survive that. Ahri, her mobility will also be matched by the Kassadin, and for that Varus, as you rightly pointed out, there needs to be peel for Sendy. Early on, Sendy will be fine, but later on, Jexorx, Mother Goose, the two of you need to make sure that we don't see Sam just jump and all-in Sandy. Because, hey, with Zhonya's Hourglass in hand, you can probably burst on both the carries if you're lucky.
And we're talking so much around this mid to late, but we got to focus on that jungle now in this early game. We got to do it. For me, it's Zadox again, having a lot of fun, but as soon as you see that Shaco, this entire jungle has now upheaved, and we don't see it very often. If all you do is watch Collegiate, if you watch maybe Pro Play, you don't see it as often. I think there have been some inklings. There have been some small pockets of Shaco just having a lot of fun. You know, we see it every so often. I mean, explain to me, RMC, what we're expecting out of Hwap. What are we going to watch this Shaco do? Come on.
No. I haven't seen a jungle Shaco over a lot, man. The last time I saw Shaco was support, and everybody was saying that particular support inted. So, you know, I honestly don't know what to expect from this Shaco in the jungle, but what I do know is that it's Hwap's most played champion. Tentacle was as bold to say he's one of the best in NA on this particular pick. So it is definitely a terrifying thing in Orbital. I'm looking forward to see what Hwap can do with it. And part of me is a little bit scared too, because Zadox, your favorite player on the side of Weber here, we've seen him play before. Normally he's a very aggressive jungler. He is more than willing to kind of 50-50, because he doesn't believe it's 50-50. If he's doing it, it's a 70-30. It's 100-0. He got this. Against the Shaco, though, I don't know if Zadox knows how to deal with the Shaco. So that's going to be a very interesting thing for me to watch in the early game, is specifically where these junglers go. How do they play out? Do they kind of go for each other? Are they looking for ganks, counter ganks? Because I don't really have any expectations set up for this.
And that's going to be the best part, because if this actually works, the mental side of things actually shifts over to the side of Weber. I think if the Shaco works, if the Kassadin works, there's a lot of comfort that now you actually have to shift your entire draft phase into. You have to take a look. Was it actually the Shaco? Was it this Kassadin that got out of control? Was it the Zac that had a little bit of a mess? To me, I'm a very mental player. I cannot do meta. I don't do meta. Anyone that's played with me knows that I don't play meta at all. As soon as that draft starts adjusting to some of these pocket picks, we see a drastically different game number 2. Would you agree, if this game gets out of hand and Brooklyn win, do we start seeing that Shaco, that Kassadin being man out in place?
In the first place, from what I understand, the Shaco tax is normally something you have to pay against Brooklyn in the first place. So Weber not banning it was already a vote of confidence at their part, saying that, oh, we can handle it. If they lose Orbital, I don't think it's going to cause mental issues. I think they just ban the Shaco like every other team has against Brooklyn College. The Kassadin's a more interesting one, and I'm actually curious, because I feel like if the Kassadin takes off, it's either going to be them messing up the mid lane and feeding the Kassadin early, or it's going to be on maybe Hwap, maybe Phil, kind of getting that early lead, getting that Kassadin slow balling, or stalling out long enough for the Kassadin to come online. So, depending on how the game goes, I almost feel like the Kassadin is not going to be the issue. It's going to be about the Shaco. Even if Kassadin gets rolling, I still think it's more likely to be from Hwap on his signature pick, buying the space you need to scale up.
Oh, I like that, actually. Thinking about the fact that, hey, it's not really the Kassadin winning. It's more that Weber kind of gave the opportunities over, and I actually am really enjoying that, because most of our analysis has been that Weber are very aggressive at the start, and if anyone is going to drop the ball, it's actually them. We actually have seen them falter, I think, once or twice in past games, because they got a little bit too antsy, because they got a little bit too aggressive. And yes, they tend to recover. This is a squad that knows how to scrap with the best one. It reminds me of, like, I want to say old I almost want to say old 2016, 2019, we saw some of the Eastern teams really play this heavy, over-aggressive style that just kept this action rolling throughout the entirety of the game. I'm interested to see if that actually trips them up down the line. So we'll see if that happens. Of course, we are going to get into game for game number 1 of this best of 5 series. Keep that in mind. 5 games is what we hope to have. Of course, Weaver are hoping for a 3-0. So let's get underway. We are going to hopefully be popping off here. As you can go ahead and see, it is going to it is that Ignite Shaco, but I think we already lost our first battle, the first team fight of the night.
No.
Riot Spectator versus Production. 1-0 to Riot Client so far.
Okay, fingers crossed. There has been a spectator bug recently where the games just get corrupted. So the games will play out, but there's actually no way to watch it, unfortunately. So fingers crossed that isn't the case. It's just a minor sort of pause issue. We will see Orbital. But in the meantime, while we are checking to see where... Okay, we are going back to Rift. Looks like, yeah, we are good. Let's still talk a little bit about how these teams got here. Because Weber came in as first seed. And what I think is insane, Orbital, you kind of talk about hands checking and they make mistakes. They do. But they're so good at the game that even though they make mistakes, they don't lose the game. They have lost one game all split long here in the ECAC. One game, not even one match, all the way up to this point. And currently they're still playing in the C-Law, I believe it's East or West Conference. I got them mixed up in my head. They are in the playoffs there and have yet to drop a game there as well. So this Weaver squad, they do feel like the final boss right now.
I would sit there and just be terrified at every stance. So they are extremely strong. And as you said earlier, Brooklyn, in their own vein, are trying to topple giants here. They themselves have had a little bit of a bumpier road here in this spring split. And meeting up against a team that, of course, has given them trouble in the past should be a good challenge for them. You can already see the fact that Sam is going a little bit more interesting. You can see it's that Dark Seal and refillable early on. This is understandable, but it does signal that, hey, we're going to have to sustain, investing very heavily into that stance of we're going to be playing for the long game.
Yeah, and you see this a lot with Cassidy's because he is such a snowball champion, and it shows a little bit of
Oh, come on.
jungler as well.
Oh, yeah!
He's having this mastery emote.
It's happening! Alright, so RMC, we mentioned it, now we gotta talk about it. Whoop does it.
Yeah, that
No,
really...
Observer, go back. Observer, gosh, I want to talk about it so bad.
Oh, there we go!
Oh my god. Yes! Alright, so here's the deal. Because RMC has the hiccups, I promise I'll get through this quickly. Shaker was notorious, as RMC mentioned earlier, of just being a bully, outright annoyance in there, and it gives such presence, and the rest of the lanes are allowed to kind of do whatever they want to, that they don't even have to worry about jungle presence, because Zadox is not going to be able to actually get levels, whereas Shaco will be popping up in some of the most unfortunate areas. Not only that, you can't really predict where the Shaco is going to go now.
Yeah, and on top of that, Whelp got level 2 off the Wolves, invaded, stole the blue buff right away. Zadox has not gotten a single camp. And for Zadox to kind of go for the Gromp there was, to me, a little bit greedy because you don't know where Whelp is. And in the top side, that's why we saw Phil trade so incredibly aggressively up there onto Jexor. He was trying to make sure that he could rotate and help out the jungler, and that puts Zadox so incredibly far behind. Now, overall, one thing to note as well, Phil is running Lethal Tempo. There is a lot of Dark Tech, but Lethal Tempo Zac is not any sort of Dark Tech that I'm aware of.
It's interesting tech, is what it is. It reminds me of the Malphite. I think it's what was it?
Press the attack.
Precision strike or something? What was it? You get
Press the
3
attack?
autos down and yeah,
Yeah.
press the attack. That was it. And it was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. By the way, it was the greatest thing actually because I played Malphite mid for I don't know what godforsaken reason, but that Lethal Tempo Zac, we'll have to wait and see if it actually does work because we are going to go to our faces for the time being. So RMC, so far, let's keep our minds on the game here a little bit, hopefully. Let's talk about what we want to see Zadox be able to do to come back in this game because technically it was only one camp. Keep that in mind. It's only one camp so far. So you can try and get around it, hope to God that the Shaco doesn't do it again. How do you get back in this game?
But that's the problem overall. You're hoping to God the Chico wasn't there. It's not in your control anymore for Zadox. And when we look at the lane states as well, top was getting pushed in. It almost was like Zadox has to start the bot side now. Sendy and Mother Goose are still doing a really good job pressuring up for now into Ming and Princeton. And I think that is sort of the key way for Zadox to get back in. But it does put Weber on the back foot a little bit. We don't get those ganks that we're used to seeing. And Weber have to rely a bit more heavily on their lanes just being able to straight out win, which is a viable strategy for them. And I'm actually curious to see how Brooklyn takes advantage of this, right? Because you ever Shaco? Shaco is notorious being an absolute menace for shutting down enemy junglers, but trying to set up plays, good plays with the Shaco is a lot more difficult because now you've got to try and get ganks down to lanes into the likes of an Ari, into the likes of a Zaya. That can be a little bit more difficult. I feel like you've got to get that snowball going pre-6 because post-6 is where it gets hard.
As soon as 6 hits around, we're a little bit curious to see who actually gets the love of the junglers. And granted, Phil on the top side was also having a lot of fun. We saw how low the Zac was getting. But again, Zac actually has, I would say, I don't know the percentage-wise factors, but I think it has a little bit better rejuvenation thanks to the bloblets that come down. If you pick him up, it's a little bit better than Gragas's because Gragas's, I believe, is on a cooldown timer. There are little pieces here and there that we could really watch for and that I think with that Shaco in play, you do actually have to watch your HP bar a little bit more. The top side trades that we normally see Jexor go for, we talked about it, be very aggressive. All of a sudden, you can't do that. You almost have to keep yourself at above a 50% to sit there and go, I have to account for a possible Shaco to show up out of nowhere.
And here you were, Orbital, worried about a wet noodle fight. Those noodles are al dente right now, cooked perfectly as they're kind of going back and forth at it. And one thing to keep in mind as well, for the Gragas, one of his big disadvantages is, of course, he's a mana-based champion compared to Zac. Zac is just a health champion, so you don't have to worry about any other resource. The regeneration is good, whereas Gragas, you gain healing when you use your spells, with the cooldown that you mentioned, of course, but that is mana based. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see, when we get back in game, Jexor kind of running low on mana, trying to keep up with Phil in that top side. For now, though, unfortunately, it does look like the spectator bug might have hit our production team. Leighton and Sam Price are trying their best right now to try and fix everything over there. So hopefully things will get fixed. But for now, Orbital, I think we're just going to throw it to break.
Yeah, let's throw it to that break. We'll be back hopefully with something, or at least game number 2. Please don't go anywhere. We appreciate your patience.
It's making history at ECAC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip. We'll take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Forces a jump with it this time, and they both stand shielding in the gun smoke, but eventually they both back off again. Pops him up with a bomb and finally gets an up air right there.
He was so dangerous, and if it connected, it was likely to stock. So many things can kill Trajan now at 167. They cannot afford another strong hit here. Staying up high, and they go for the downer on the platform, and Kiwi is there.
Not like that. As soon as it gets that PK fire into the grab, a little bit of a scramble situation, knowing that the laser's gonna come out.
It's nared away instead. Arrow doesn't land. Neither of them get to the stage. They get back aired instead. All the way across they go. Bomb in hand. They get side beat as well. And the falling hitbox will lead to the up smash. The dangerous opportunity here. 86% again. Rolls in. This time he gets caught. Sweet spot back air, and that will do it out. Gyro on the opposite side of the stage. Dash attack catches the landing, but they will not find the stock quite yet. Forward air will knock Kiwi away once more. They recover high, and they will get caught by the up air from the right side of center stage. High recovery here from Kiwi. They'll land it onto the hydrant, but they won't be able to connect it. And that's another aerial, and this one will do the trick. A nair instead. Gamer Dog surviving. And we talked about it before. You mentioned touch of death character if they find the opening. Another absorb. Back to zero. Gyro is out and in play. He get it in his hands though. He wanted it at the last moment, but won't be able to get the back throw off the mash out. Maybe let him get out instead. Damage being racked up. Linny recovering low here, and he cannot really challenge. Now a grab back throw, and it's one stock apiece.
And we've seen now Tony. Oh! What?
It's Fizz Rain here on Tree. That's defending it proper, and they might be able to make magic happen with 2K. Can they pull off a third? No. Braindead might be able to have a wonderful shot. Thrash doesn't see him. A Rolling Thunder is going to push everyone away from C main, but Braindead is in the perfect position.
Oh my god, Brain Dead. There's no way. It's just kind of that holding pattern that we're going to see. There's going to be a nice stun. Oh, here's the opportunity that you needed, but nobody checks it. Doesn't boot goes down. Brain Dead going to be able to find 2. Make it 3.
That would have been the best scenario, but Braindead actually with a shrouded step on top of the box removed them from their head. Now it's a problem though. Jellin hoping to clear out the rest of them.
Here's the opportunity. You get the res as well for Brain Dead. Now a 1v3. It's going to be so difficult for Fizz. Oh, but he finds 1, make it 2, and he isn't able to swing. Not any damage found with it either, so that's quite interesting. Is Jalen gonna find 2 here? Oh my, gonna dropped on here.
Oh,
but doesn't. Who's gonna find another one with the Blade Storm? Caddy's gonna have a second, making a throw. Oh my!
Capitalize on that, taking the lead at this point if they can keep this up. Blizzard already available, mind you, for Cats, and that's going to freeze out Smallif and even the Baptiste of River God University of Hawaii having to back off already. That Blizzard huge. The chance UHG using that app matrix or something. And now the Blizzard inside of the hotel. This is just everyone caught him inside it. You wanted to book a stay in this hotel, you're just going to have to stay here. And they will get Blizzarded all the way out. They've got 4 kills, just the Bastion left to go.
From finishing this one off, and I don't know, the Aggies is going to be very close to touch.
Aggies are going to touch this for right now, but they're going to have the Graviton Surge alongside the Death Blossom combination. They will have a member touch to allow this team to run right on in, and why not? Cats is able to find that kill already. There's going to be the teleport right on in. Death Blossom available, is able to find at least 1. The Kiriko with no cleanse either is able to find. The Lucio is gone, and it's just Cats that are trying to find some kind of desperation touch, which they will. It's not even gonna matter though. UHG clears him out. Ekahi, Elua, Ekolu, Aloha.
They're just handing possession somewhat back over to the side of Concord, and it's not doing them any favors. They're constantly having to come up with these last-second saves, and now once again you can see them just held up against their own back wall.
On the pitch, we'll see who ends up better suited for it. ET losing control. Pancake glass back needs a quality touch here, misses it. They've been certainly winning a bunch of their 50s. Helix off the back wall. What an angle! But Pancake 50 and the control by LA Tech insane right now with the demo play and with the quick shots. Jazzy, the second one on target. Working out with the handful of opportunities they have and making the most of it. Judo, double tap read here. You can't miss those. Will go off the back end of the car. Concord, but Helix now. Flip reset. ET ends up getting bumped to steal the goal. Back towards the other end. ET sends it out the other way. Judo. Back to Lena. Sends it up. Bar down. Is it in? Jazzy completes the shot. Trying to set up a passing play here is Concord. This one back out. A little bit of 2v1. Trying to shadow this. The flick. It's on target. Judo to get it. LA Tech come back when it matters most.
We obviously see which one came out on top in the previous. Now everybody hitting point early right here. Both teams had the ideas, but Tiffin was in every way, shape, and form. Zepsi, I gotta say, was given the diva the business, Gap on the diva the business earlier. Now it's gonna be more. Holy moly!
So much damage throughput.
Covering the streets right here, but nothing really hitting hard. It's gonna be the Riptire that finds a lot of value right here. Says, I am the high ground, I am the Highlander, and there can only be one. 2 seconds before this one opens up. Back and forth we go. The Gravitic Flux comes down onto the ground. My God!
Oh my goodness, it's already a 5v3.
Smoot still inside of Nest. And we got another one reeling in, little Smoot.
Just does not care about anything. Smoot walks forward, doesn't get caught by Dizzy, has a sense of security, make it 3, looking for a 4th, we'll find that as well. Smoot, there's not a heck of a lot you do by saving a Marshall here. He finds a no-scope headshot.
But how much more can they convert in a 2v1? More bullets are gonna go out, they're suppressed,
What?
they just need, it's just 1 bullet. 1 bullet!
No way. Yeah, Utah State just unfortunately gambling the wrong side. Hello, jump for 1. Smoot finds a 2nd, and more importantly, Lil Smoot has their knives back. They've been circumvented. There's a jet behind them that they now have been noted.
Back's gonna give away Case, but still finds his one. Hilton now here. Nice shots with the Phantom. Sprays it down. Hilton!
You can still shoot your gun, and when Anchor's connecting, it's over.
Well, Anchor was gonna be caught high and dry, but Wizard's here to clean up. Jadal needs to go big, and he doesn't know if he's sticking or not, which he is. Frank holding on tight. The defuse comes through. Now with the Viper, not allowed space to work your way back onto the side. It has to be down to the fights, and with the Sheriff's in hand, some crazy shots where you need to place it at Jadal's doorstep. Pristine dancing around the reckoning. The dismiss. Cove down the spray. Pristine hits 2, and Henzo on the flank. From the shadows, he emerges. A 13-6 Utica.
They wasted no time, no spacing, no feeling each other out. They said, all right, all buttons go, let's move. And it's just been like that from the moment it started in spring. Nova Star, come on.
Trying to stabilize, but once again, getting a hit out of all their aerials. It feels like all
Shut
of
up.
Sonic's moves
Shut
are unnecessary
up.
destroyed.
No.
Nova Star sweeps through St. Rose.
Oh my god!
Oh no, opportunity strikes! He's going down! C4 recovery! They need to get back up! Oh, and Zick is right into this! They're throwing out attacks, but not at Grunk, which I feel like is the play.
Oh my god, the spring!
As they kind of took a little hop with that owl drone, but no, it's just been running, skipping, jumping, and Kelly, well, they're gonna catch one of the dome. They don't get cleared. And in fact, Anderson is able to find a couple. Avo!
Oof, that's 2 ults just down the drain. What a shot, Anderson, okay! Once again, the spike is already down, and this might be the very first time AU is gonna take a round for Anderson. All he needs to do is get a couple of frags. 2, as Chongyun is gonna throw it in!
Chongyun throws it in right away, and is it gonna find anything? It does. It finds a frozen Lucio for right now, and it finds another frozen Baptiste. The Blizzard, huge for Chongyun, just throws it right on in. 4 members dead because of it. Going ahead and swirling them all the way around. Terra Surge is gonna come out, at least stop Terra Surge for right now, but it's just gonna be melted away. Ricefish does absolutely nothing with it. There's gonna be the Terra Surge. Cammy will get 1. The artillery strike will combo up with that for 2 of their own, trying to get in on the side of it, and now you lose the Baptiste at the same time. It's gonna be a scrap fight left and right. However, if you're thinking that it's Staten Island's favor, it is absolutely, with just the Lucio left to go. Bioactive is able to wipe away 4-0 here for the Blue Hens at the very least. Staten Island coming up with 4 on their own. They're going to pull out the Terra Surge. They're going to pull out the Blizzard. This is going to pull in everybody, and this spells trouble. Blizzard, Terra Surge.
Coming out of the tube. 2 players, the hookah. Worked on the Wiser. Tries to TP away. TP's further into trouble for this squad, who is going all holds barred so quickly towards this site.
And they continue. Yeah, no.
And they have spike.
He sees it. He sees it. He's got his cam and down. That's it.
Good timing here on Rafter. They both line up. Anchor will find everything.
That was off for Wizard. But with the nade this time, there's walking in.
Oh.
Spraying, no shot. Yeah, remember, that's the overheat. Remember that we were talking about before. No shot. He pushes it to the side. Oh, he saw the ponytail. Dude. He's slow.
Just more reliable. You negate the damage, and that's just how it goes. I like it.
Yeah, it's almost a faux pas to take exhaust on Caitlyn, because you should never be that close. And
yeah, for sure.
Phil may find himself in trouble, but Weirderum as well
damn.
has to flash away. Phil is just going under the turret. Brooklyn College not looking like they're all on the same page. Phil on one side, Paranoia out. Sam, though, in a good position for a 3-man shockwave, and they are going to rip apart Ohio Northern. It's a triple kill for Phil. Yeah, Phil in a little bit of trouble. Is forced to flash away, as you said. Weirderum going to try to chase him down, but Phil recognizing, hey, if you're going to dive me. Oh, he lived.
No way, that's
He lived a little bit, but members are cut off over the wall. Chris the Sad Mummy going down, but Cherry is left all alone and goes down. Weirderum about a Megan R, but a big double knockup coming through. Creature's in trouble. Weirderum trying. get some space between them, but it was all Ezreal. Cycling through, back to Blizzaga. Oh, pulled the counter twice out, but not gonna find it, and run off Shadow Ball will do the tricks at 0. Is all of a sudden up to 78%, make it 90. Another roller doesn't find the mark this time, but a dash attack and forward tilt will only find shield.
Ooh, and now that might just be game. No strong hit, but pop him off the top with the sneakers.
Luddite very aware, I think, of what X-Wing wants to do. Is that's going to be no tech in that situation, and that means that stock is gone. Great, another string of back airs, and that one will be shut down. They will be able to get back to the ledge, but that's going to be another mistake. The jump, the up B, and it's not enough. Rinse, repeat from the second.
It looks like we have, was overkill, a disconnect? Whatever's happening here. On Solo Burger is just tearing right through them. 3 kill, oh my goodness. They still have so much left to work through. A nice weapon upgrade here. Raze is gonna throw it right back into their face. Look how far Kira's pushed up. Oh, they'd be able to, whoa. Joe! This is just what we needed to see from Brooklyn.
But I was going to say, Handy Crackers in the offensive attack, he had such a good size up on that one, but got denied by the defense of Merrimack.
I mean, this is a player that's been peak at 2200.
You know, someone keeps on stealing it, just doing hot laps at this point in time. But regardless of the fact, 15 seconds left here in game number 2. Breakaway chance right here for Bagels. He's going to put this one in.
Hammy Cracker's going up high in the sky, gets the flip reset. Looks like a musty there from the sky. Losan going for a double. This is their GC1. Looked like he had a triple tap.
So much more aggressive on the offensive end. When you have an offensive push like that, you cannot afford to just leave somebody just wide open. 2 back-to-back misses.
On their feet, sound barrier in play. They want to push on up, but this is just the moment that Kane was waiting for. More specifically, Leon. That's the rampage, or excuse me, that's the annihilation. Nobody in the way to stop this one. That's both supports and still hunting for more. Pushing toward the spawns, couple of meters. Ohio Northern scrambling out to get a last-second touch. I'm sure this is a nice, clean fight that they have the potential of winning. That's 1, 2, 3 ultimates. Now popped on in. Wonderful Suzu keeping Loath alive. And Ohio Northern managed to wipe Kane once again. This thrown on out, last-ditch effort. These must land into somebody to hit both supports. Now, when we thought Ohio Northern, they're not done digging, they have struck gold. That is both supports out of the picture. Millions returning on their signature Doomfist. It's another brawl towards the end. At the end of the day, though, Ohio Northern, their spawns are closer, and they have managed to push them off of the Pale Jag. We are not done just yet. Ohio Northern are pushing the series to a map 5. This very well could be the last fight to stop this momentum that has been pushing them back. We want to drown the hopes of Ohio Northern here and now to shut it all down. The Matrix, one last attempt from Odie to put the momentum on Adapter, yet it is not enough. We saw the signs of hope. Ohio North.
They try and play on the dark cover and the drone as well, but with the paranoia in the face and the location reveal, that's easy pickings for Super Z, and they are acting as the duelist for the team this round, clearing out every angle here and even addressing into heaven to add kind of tiles aggression from the Chamber and the Reyna. Maybe they'll be able to divide their forces more evenly. Every player here getting their frag except Derp, who's able to strike back on the Motor Shiloh. But that is over. Max left in the 1v4.
Really is. Now concurrent into 3 flashes blown and both summoner spells taken down. Oh, they're going to face each other again.
Wow, Jerry X went in really valuing that early CS count and that early stack. Gets first blooded, but on the other side, 1 against 3. Amadir Shi is able to get onto T1 Faker. And now the TP, here comes Rocks right. Stolen! Oh my goodness, he swiped it. Yarbrough on a one-way trip, but it's going to delay the inevitable here as he grabs the Baron. But on the other side, Rocks right does go down. An ill-fated TP leads to a double kill, make that a triple. So that means that it's time to fight. Or at least that's what Fanshawe would have wanted. Flashes over into the queue. Yarbrough's in some trouble. Gets the stun down. Gets some damage down as well.
Wait, flash
goes over the wall.
forward.
There's no way they get this. More flashes. First blood. Second blood.
There's so much of that raw damage that the Belfast needs on the items to scale. Winter misses it, and there's going to be targeted by the turret. No, 4x4. It might be 2 kills. 1 less auto. Oh.
Forces a jump with it this time, and they both stand shielding in the gun smoke, but eventually they both back off again. Pops him up with a bomb and finally gets an up air right there.
He was so dangerous, and if it connected, it was likely the stock. So many things can kill Trajan now at 167. They cannot afford another strong hit here. Staying up high, and they go for the downer on the platform, and Kiwi is there.
But not like that. As soon as it gets that PK fire into the grab, a little bit of a scramble situation, knowing that the laser's gonna come out.
It's nared away instead. Arrow doesn't land. Neither of them get to the stage. They get back aired instead. All the way across they go. Bomb in hand. They get side beat as well. And the falling hitbox will lead to the up smash. The dangerous opportunity here. 86% again. Rolls in. This time he gets caught. Sweet spot back air. And that will do it out. Gyro on the opposite side of the stage. Dash attack catches the landing, but they will not find the stock quite yet. Forward air will knock Kiwi away once more. They recover high, and they will get caught by the up air from the right side of center stage. High recovery here from Kiwi. They'll land it onto the hydrant, but they won't be able to connect it. And that's another aerial, and this one will do the trick. A nair instead. Gamer Dog surviving. And we talked about it before. You mentioned touch of death character if they find the opening. Another absorb, back to zero. Gyro is out and in play. Can he get it in his hands though? He wanted it at the last moment, but the won't be able to get the back throw off the mash out. Maybe let him get out instead. Damage being racked up. Linny recovering low here, and he cannot really challenge. Now a grab back throw, and it's one stock apiece.
And we've seen now Tony.
Oh!
What?
It's Fizz Rain here on Tree. That's defending it proper, and they might be able to make magic happen with 2K. Can they pull off a third? No. Braindead might be able to have a wonderful shot. Thrash doesn't see him. A Rolling Thunder is going to push everyone away from C main, but Braindead is in the perfect position.
Oh my god, Braindead. There's no way. It's just kind of that holding pattern that we're going to see. There's going to be a nice stun. Oh, here's the opportunity that you needed, but nobody checks it. Doesn't boot goes down. Braindead going to be able to find two. Make it three.
That would have been the best scenario, but Braindead actually with a shrouded step on top of the box removed them from their head. Now it's a problem though. Jellin hoping to clear out the rest of them.
Here's the opportunity. You get the res as well for Braindead. Now a 1v3. It's going to be so difficult for Fizz. Oh, but he finds one. Make it two. And he isn't able to swing. Not any damage found with it either, so that's quite interesting. Is Jalen gonna find two here? Oh my, gonna dropped on here by Dozen, who's gonna find another one with the Blade Storm. Caddy's gonna have a second, making a throw. Oh my!
Capitalize on that, taking the lead at this point if they can keep this up. Blizzard already available, mind you, for Cat, and that's gonna freeze out Smallif and even the Baptiste of River God University of Hawaii having to back off already. That Blizzard huge. The chance UHG using that app matrix or something. And now the Blizzard inside of the hotel. This is just everyone caught him inside it. You wanted to book a stay in this hotel, you're just gonna have to stay here. And they will get Blizzarded all the way out. They've got 4 kills, just the Bastion left to go.
From finishing this one off, then I don't know. The Aggies is going to be very close to touch.
Aggies are going to touch this for right now, but they're going to have the Graviton Surge alongside the Death Blossom combination. They will have a member touch to allow this team to run right on in, and why not? Cats is able to find that kill already. There's going to be the teleport right on in. Death Blossom available, is able to find at least one. The Kiriko with no cleanse either is able to find. The Lucio is gone, and it's just Cats that are trying to find some kind of desperation touch, which they will. It's not even gonna matter, though. UHG clears him out. Ekahi, Elua, Ekolu, Aloha.
They're just handing possession somewhat back over to the side of Concord, and it's not doing them any favors. They're constantly having to come up with these last-second saves, and now, once again, you can see them just held up against their own back wall.
On the pitch, we'll see who ends up better suited for it. ET losing control. Pancake glass back needs a quality touch here, misses it. They've been certainly winning a bunch of their 50s. Helix off the back wall. What an angle! But Pancake 50 and the control by LA Tech insane right now with the demo play and with the quick shots. Jazzy, the second one on target. Working out with the handful of opportunities they have and making the most of it. Judo, double tap read here. You can't miss those. Will go off the back end of the car. Concord, but Helix now. Flip reset. ET ends up getting bumped to steal the goal. Back towards the other end. ET sends it out the other way. Judo. Back to Lena. Sends it up. Bar down. Is it in? Jazzy completes the shot. Trying to set up a passing play here is Concord. This one back out. A little bit of 2v1. Trying to shadow this. The flick. It's on
we obviously see which one came out on top in the previous. Now everybody hitting point early right here. Both teams had the ideas, but Tiffin was in every way, shape, and form. Zepsi, I gotta say, was given the Diva the business, Gap on the Diva the business earlier. Now it's gonna be more. Holy moly!
So much damage throughput.
Covering the streets right here, but nothing really hitting hard. It's going to be the Riptire that finds a lot of value right here. Says, I am the high ground, I am the Highlander, and there can only be one. 2 seconds before this one opens up. Back and forth we go. The gravitic flux comes down onto the ground. My God!
Oh my goodness, it's already a 5v3.
Little Smoot still inside of Nest. And we got another one reeling in, Little Smoot!
Just does not care about anything. Smoot walks forward, doesn't get caught by Dizzy, has a sense of security, make it 3, looking for a 4th, we'll find that as well. Smoot, there's not a heck of a lot you do by saving a Marshall here. He finds a no-scope headshot.
But how much more can they convert in a 2v1? More bullets are gonna go out, they're suppressed, they just need, it's just one bullet. One bullet!
No way. Yeah, Utah State just unfortunately gambling the wrong side. Hello, jump for 1. Smoot finds a 2nd, and more importantly, Lil Smoot has their knives back. They've been circumvented. There's a jet behind them that they now have denoted.
Well, Fap's gonna give away Case, but still finds his one. Hilton now here. Nice shots with the Phantom. Sprays it down. Hilton!
You can still shoot your gun, and when Anchor's connecting, it's over.
Well, Anchor was gonna be caught high and dry, but Wizard's here to clean up. Jadal needs to go big, and he doesn't know if he's thinking or not, which he is. Frank holding on tight. The defuse comes through. Now with the Viper, not allowed space to work your way back onto the side. It has to be down to the fights, and with the Sheriff's in hand, some crazy shots where you need to place it at Jadal's doorstep. Pristine dancing around the reckoning. The dismiss. Cove down the spray. Pristine hits 2, and Henzo on the flank. From the shadows, he emerges. A 13-6 Utica.
They wasted no time, no spacing, no feeling each other out. They said, all right, all buttons go, let's move. And it's just been like that from the moment it started in the spring. Nova Star, come on.
Trying to stabilize, but once again, getting a hit out of all their aerials. It feels like all
Shut
of Sonic's
up.
moves
Shut
are unnecessary
up.
destroying.
No.
Nova Star sweeps through St. Rose.
Oh my God!
Oh no, opportunity strikes! He's going down! C4 recovery! They need to get back up! Oh, and Zick is ready to just... They're throwing out attacks, but not at Grunk, which I feel like is the play.
Oh my God, the spring! As they kind of took a little hop with that owl drone, but no, it's just been running, skipping, jumping, and Kelly, well, they're gonna catch one of the dome. They don't get cleared. And in fact, Anderson is able to find a couple. Avo!
Oof, that's 2 ults just down the drain. What a shot! Anderson, okay! Once again, the spike is already down, and this might be the very first time AU is gonna take a round for Giannis, and all he needs to do is get a couple of frags. 2, as Chongyoung is gonna throw it in!
Chongyoung throws it in right away, and is it gonna find anything? It does. It finds a frozen Lucio for right now, and it finds another frozen Baptiste. The Blizzard, huge for Chongyoung, just throws it right on in. 4 members dead because of it. Going ahead and swirling them all the way around. Terra Surge is gonna come out, at least stop Terra Surge for right now, but it's just gonna be melted away. Ricefiz does absolutely nothing with it. There's gonna be the Terra Surge. Cammy will get 1. The artillery strike will combo up with that for 2 of their own, trying to get in on the side of it, and now you lose the Baptiste at the same time. It's gonna be a scrap fight left and right. However, if you're thinking that it's Staten Island's favor, it is absolutely, with just the Lucio left to go. Bioactive is able to wipe away 4-0 here for the Blue Hens at the very least. Staten Island coming up with 4 on their own. They're going to pull out the Terra Surge. They're going to pull out the Blizzard. This is going to pull in everybody, and this spells trouble. Blizzard, Terra Surge.
Coming out of the tube. 2 players, the hookah. Worked on the Wiser, tries to TP away. TP's further into trouble for this squad, who is going all holds barred so quickly towards this site.
And they continue. Yeah, no.
And they have Spike.
He sees it. He sees it. He's got his cam and down. That's it.
Good timing here, all Rafter. They both line up. Anchor will find everything.
That was off for Wizard. But with the nade this time, there's walking in.
Oh.
Spraying, no shot. Yeah, remember, that's the overheat. Remember that we were talking about before. No shot. He pushed it in the side. Oh, he saw the ponytail. Dude. He's slow.
It's more reliable. You negate the damage, and that's just how it goes. I like it.
Yeah, it's almost a faux pas to take exhaust on Caitlyn because you should never be that close. And
yeah, for sure.
Phil may find himself in trouble, but Weirderum as well
damn.
has to flash away. Phil is just going under the turret. Brooklyn College not looking like they're all on the same page. Phil on one side, Paranoia out. Sam, though, in a good position for a three-man shockwave. And they are going to rip apart Ohio Northern. It's a triple kill for Phil. Yeah, Phil in a little bit of trouble. He was forced to flash away, as you said. Weirderum going to try to chase him down, but Phil recognizing, hey, if you're going to dive me. Oh, he lived.
No way, that's Ella.
A little bit, but members are cut off over the wall. Chris the Sad Mummy going down, but Cherry is left all alone and goes down. Weirderum about a Megan R, but a big double knock-up coming through. Creature's in trouble. Weirderum trying to get some space between them, but it was all Ezreal.
Cycling through, back to Blizzaga. Oh, pulled the counter twice out, but not gonna find it, and run off Shadow Ball will do the trick. At 0 is all of a sudden up to 78%, make it 90. Another roller doesn't find the mark this time, but a dash attack and forward tilt will only find Shield.
Ooh, and now that might just be game. No strong hit, but pop him off the top with the sneakers.
Luddite very aware, I think, of what X-Wing wants to do. Is that's going to be no tech in that situation, and that means that stock is gone. Gray, another string of back airs, and that one will be shut down. They will be able to get back to the ledge, but that's going to be another mistake. The jump, the up B, and it's not enough. Rinse, repeat from the second.
It looks like we have, was that a kill, a disconnect? Whatever's happening here. Solo Burger is just tearing right through them. 3 kill, oh my goodness. They still have so much left to work through. A nice weapon upgrade here. Raze is gonna throw it right back into their face. Look how far Kira's pushed up. Maybe able to whoa. This is just what we needed to see from Brooklyn.
But I was going to say, Handy Crackers in the offensive attack, he had such a good size up on that one, but got denied by the defense of Merrimack.
I mean, this is a player that's been peak at 2,200.
You know, someone keeps on stealing it, just doing hot laps at this point in time. But regardless of the fact, 15 seconds left here in game number 2. Breakaway chance right here for Bagels. He's going to put this one in.
Hamby Cracker's going up high in the sky, gets the flip reset. Looks like a musty there from the sky. Losan going for a double. This is their GC1. Looked like he had a triple tap.
So much more aggressive on the offensive end. When you have an offensive push like that, you cannot afford to just leave somebody just wide open. 2 back-to-back misses.
On their feet, sound barrier in play. They want to push on up, but this is just the moment that Kane was waiting for. More specifically, Leon. That's the rampage, or excuse me, that's the annihilation. Nobody in the way to stop this one. That's both supports and still hunting for more. Pushing toward the spawns, couple of meters. Ohio Northern scrambling out to get a last-second touch. I'm sure this is a nice, clean fight that they have the potential of winning. That's 1, 2, 3 ultimates. Now popped on in. Wonderful Suzu keeping Loath alive. And Ohio Northern managed to wipe Kane once again. This thrown on out, last-ditch effort. These must land into somebody to his bolt supports. Though when we thought Ohio Northern, they're not done digging, they have struck gold. That's bolt supports out of the picture. Millions returning on their signature Doomfist. It's another brawl towards the end. At the end of the day, though, Ohio Northern, their spawns are closer, and they have managed to push them off of the Pale Jag. We are not done just yet. Ohio Northern are pushing the series to a map 5. This very well could be the last fight to stop this momentum that has been pushing them back. We want to drown the hopes of Ohio Northern here and now to shut it all down. The Matrix, one last attempt from Odie to put the momentum on Adapter, yet it is not enough. We saw the signs of hope. Ohio North.
They try and play on the dark cover and the drone as well, but with the paranoia in the face and the location reveal, that's easy pickings for Super Z, and they are acting as the duelist for the team this round, clearing out every angle here and even addressing into heaven to add kind of tiles aggression from the Chamber and the Reyna. Maybe they'll be able to divide their forces more evenly. Every player here getting their frag except Derp, who's able to strike back on the Murder Shiloh. But that is over. Max left in the 1v4.
Really is. Now concurring into 3 flashes blown and both some of the spells taken down. Oh, they're going to face each other again.
Wow, Jerry X went in really valuing that early CS count and that early stack. Gets first blooded, but on the other side, 1 against 3. Amateur She's able to get onto T1 Faker. And now the TP. Here comes Rockstrite. Stolen! Oh my goodness, he swiped it. Yarbrough on a one-way trip, but it's going to delay the inevitable here as he grabs the Baron. But on the other side, Rockstrite does go down. An ill-fated TP leads to a double kill, make that a triple. So that means that it's time to fight. Or at least that's what Fanshawe would have wanted. Flashes over into the queue. Yarborough's in some trouble. Gets the stun down. Gets some damage down as well.
Wait, flash
goes over the wall.
forward?
There's no way they get this. More flashes. First blood. Second blood.
See, there's so much of that raw damage that the Belfast needs on the items to scale. Winter misses it, and there's gonna be targeted by the turret. No, 4x4. It might be 2 kills. 1 less auto. Oh.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online, and Dip will take it home.
What a game. Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the head.
Forces a jump with it this time, and they both stand shielding in the gun smoke, but eventually they both back off again. Pops him up with a bomb and finally gets an up air right there.
He was so dangerous, and if it connected, it was likely to stock. So many things can kill Trajan now at 167. They cannot afford another strong hit here. Staying up high, and they go for the downer on the platform, and Kiwi is there.
But not like that. As soon as it gets that PK fire into the grab, a little bit of scramble situation, knowing that the laser's gonna come out.
Gets snared away instead. Arrow doesn't land. Neither of them get to the stage. They get back aired instead. All the way across they go. Bomb in hand. They get side beat as well. And the falling hitbox will lead to the up smash. The dangerous opportunity here. 86% again. Rolls in. This time he gets caught. Sweet spot back air. And that will do it out. Gyro on the opposite side of the stage. Dash attack catches the landing. But they will not find the stock quite yet. Forward air will knock Kiwi away once more. They recover high. And they will get caught by the up air. From the right side of center stage. High recovery here from Kiwi. They'll land it onto the hydrant. But they won't be able to connect it. And that's another aerial. And this one will do the trick. A nair instead. Gamer Dog surviving. And we talked about it before. You mentioned Touch of Death character if they find the opening. Another absorb, back to 0. Gyro is out and in play. He get it in his hands though. He wanted it at the last moment, but won't be able to get the back throw off the mash out. Maybe let him get out instead. Damage being racked up. Linny recovering low here, and he cannot really challenge. Now a grab back throw, and it's one stock apiece.
And we've seen now Tony.
Oh! What? It's Fizz Rain here on Tree. That's defending it proper, and they might be able to make magic happen with 2K. Can they pull off a third? No. Braindead might be able to have a wonderful shot. Thrash doesn't see him. A Rolling Thunder is going to push everyone away from C main, but Braindead is in the perfect position.
Oh my god, Braindead, there's no way. It's just kind of that holding pattern that we're going to see. There's going to be a nice stun. Oh, here's the opportunity that you needed, but nobody checks it. Doesn't boot goes down. Braindead going to be able to find 2. Make it 3.
That would have been the best scenario, but Braindead actually with a shrouded step on top of the box removed them from their head. Now it's a problem though. Jellin hoping to clear out the rest of them.
Here's the opportunity. You get the res as well for Braindead. Now a 1v3. It's going to be so difficult for Fizz. Oh, but he finds 1, make it 2, and he isn't able to swing. Not any damage found with it either, so that's quite interesting. Is Jalen gonna find 2 here? Oh my, gonna dropped on here by Dozen, who's gonna find another one with the Blade Storm. Caddy's gonna have a second, making it throw. Oh my!
Capitalize on that, taking the lead at this point if they can keep this up. Blizzard already available, mind you, for Cats, and that's gonna freeze out Smallif and even the Baptiste of River God University of Hawaii having to back off already. That Blizzard huge. The chance UHG using that app matrix or something. And now the Blizzard inside of the hotel. This is just everyone caught him inside it. You wanted to book a stay in this hotel, you're just gonna have to stay here. And they will get Blizzarded all the way out. They've got 4 kills, just the Bastion left to go.
From finishing this one off, and I don't know, the Aggies is gonna be very close to touch.
Aggies are going to touch this for right now, but they're going to have the Graviton Surge alongside the Death Blossom combination. They will have a member touch to allow this team to run right on in, and why not? Cats is able to find that kill already. There's going to be the teleport right on in. Death Blossom available, is able to find at least 1. The Kiriko with no cleanse either is able to find. The Lucio is gone, and it's just Cats that are trying to find some kind of desperation touch, which they will. It's not even gonna matter, though. UHG clears him out. Ekahi, Elua, Ekolu, Aloha.
They're just handing possession somewhat back over to the side of Concord, and it's not doing them any favors. They're constantly having to come up with these last-second saves, and now, once again, you can see them just held up against their own back wall.
On the pitch, we'll see who ends up better suited for it. ET losing control. Pancake glass back needs a quality touch here, misses it. They've been certainly winning a bunch of their 50s. Helix off the back wall. What an angle! But Pancake 50 and the control by LA Tech insane right now with the demo play and with the quick shots. Jazzy, the second one on target. Working out with the handful of opportunities they have and making the most of it. Judo, double tap read here. You can't miss those. Will go off the back end of the car. Concord, but Helix now. Flip reset. ET ends up getting bumped to steal the goal. Back towards the other end. ET sends it out the other way. Judo. Back to Lena. Sends it up. Bar down. Is it in? Jazzy completes.
We have a game! We have a game! We're alive! 40 minutes later, it took us to revive the files, but we have a game. And I am excited because we have gotten word that while this has been going on, of course, with the Riot client, if you don't know what's going on, Spectator really doesn't like production, or anyone really watching the file. We have a workaround, but it does require the teams to actually finish up the game, but we have not watched it. Meaning the players are not even tuning us in. They literally told us, no, we won't tell you. You have to watch this game. And I'm very, very excited because we are going to be hopping in. If you have not tuned in earlier and you didn't see the first 2 minutes, we're going to show it to you. It is Weber versus Brooklyn here. Game number 1 to start things off here in the best of 5 in the ECAC Super Elite Grand Finals. And of course, we're hopping in right at about the time that things got just a tiny bit spicy.
Yeah, so just a quick reminder of what had happened. Hope did get his signature Echo. Sam did manage to get the Cassin. He's been spamming in solo queue recently. I think Weber got all the champions they kind of wanted. We see the Viego Ari combo coming through. And we actually were updated that Phil had a rune problem. So that's why he's running Lethal Tempo. And Hope, with that Panzer Shaco, got the invade off. Denies Zadox his first buff. And
Zadox at half health trying to start Gromp with the Shaco nearby. That is a recipe for potential disaster.
Yes, this is probably, I would feel one of the most annoying situations to ever happen. This was, you and I were discussing it before when we were watching the game play out, that this is annoying. Having a Shaco in your enemy jungle causing a disruption, and I mean, if you talk to anyone that's played jungle, or anyone that's played League, understands that jungle timing and being able to time the enemy jungle is highly important when it comes to competitive play. Identifying where that fifth member of the game is a huge problem and a huge point of skill to a lot of players. So understanding that factor, this is going to be very interesting to watch how it breaks out, because we are now at the point that we watched before. We're straight into no man's land right now.
Yeah, and now for Weber, because Zadox is so far behind, the lanes have to step it up, and that's why we're seeing Sandy and Mother Goose play so incredibly aggressive bot side, because there is the risk of Whelp invading a second time and trying to deny away that second buff. We can see that Whelp isn't doing that, but Weber can't.
And Weaver's just in the situations, I mentioned it before, the idea that you have to keep your HP bar at a certain level when playing against a Shaco, unless you are having heavy ward coverage and keeping eyes on exactly where the opponents are, which, granted, it actually has happened. I believe there was a ward further in by Whelp, or against Whelp there, that actually spotted out the blue buff being taken. It is understood. You do understand, hey, this is where the opponent is, and that's why Sendy went ahead and tapped on that Scryer's Bloom. So they are able to keep some track of where Whelp is, allowing Zadox to now roam in and be a little pain around this jungle.
Okay, and with that, I think the jungle saga is over. Let's talk lanes a little bit here. And what we expect
the other
from
side
them.
of the game, you know?
Yeah, because Brooklyn College, for them, they've got really good skilling on their part. Zach skills pretty well. Cassidy and Zaya will both skill horrifically, or, pardon me, I guess stupendously, depending on which side you're looking at, because for Brooklyn, they're going to be absolute monsters. Cast a win is a win condition, but for Weber, they are running the Hill of Blades Varus, so they are not going to be able to match skilling, so Weber has to make action happen early with or without Zadox. Zadox again being interrupted.
Oh, I love this so much, and we talked about it. The annoyance factor that comes down
Zadox
here,
doesn't.
Zadox trying to get the blade off. I'm wondering if they're actually going to win, but it's a flash right into the Furo that feels bad. Wall is able to get it. Wall picks it up. That's the difference between a flash and an ignite, ladies and gentlemen. First blood, now a slam into the box. Phil looking for a chance, and you get another pickup.
Sam got it.
Grabs the kill. Oh my god, RC, I'm so excited! We waited 40 minutes for this. Brooklyn, not disappointing.
No, and this is why you're so scared of the Shaco. This is why Shaco gets banned all the time against Whelp. Win or lose a Rhino, we're only 5 minutes in. I think we're going to see a Shaco ban coming through against Whelp, because it does not look like Weber have the right answers into dealing with this early game. And now, the kill going over to Sam is massive, because Sam was struggling in lane against the Ahri. That's expected. Pre-6, Caston doesn't have a lot of threat, doesn't have a lot of pressure. The magic shield got nerfed so many times that Caston fell out of meta. So getting those kills to speed up this Caston is paramount right now for Brooklyn.
If it happens one more time, I'd honestly say Goku has kind of lost out in the lane. I think that would be such a problem. Whelp is making sure it happens. Goku's only level 5 and has no flash. There's no running away. There's literally no running away. It's a kill back to Whelp, second of the game with that Tiamat in the hand. Zadox is going to try and help out, but I don't think you actually want to be here.
Oh, he gets a
wall. Zadox gets a kill, and hey, now you got the jump forward. Sam's not going to enjoy this. A shiv for a shiv means everyone's dead. Mid laner and jungler dead for Brooklyn College.
Oh, bro, Shaco right now has 100% KP, 4 kills and 1 assist. Literally, the Shaco, Zadox using the Shaco as well. It's so incredibly fun. It's so incredibly funny. Both junglers now accelerated, and that helps a lot for Zadox, getting those kills, speeding you back up to kind of where you need to be. Top side, Phil gets passive popped.
I think Jexler has enough damage. I think with a barrel, that might be it. No, you actually don't. You gotta round out with a level 6. You're able to kind of break out, but with the cast ready to go, another bop in the head as Phil is going to go. No, you have enough heals. And the belly stem of Jexler denies the kick itself. You know, there is a downside to playing Shaco. Sometimes the opponent can randomly stun you out. With a solo kill on the top side, this is what I was talking about. That Gragas having quite a bit of value, being able to duke it out. Also opening up the door for Weber to take Dragon.
Yeah, I love the fact that while literal clowning is happening on the top side of the map, Weber is just focused on those objectives, gets that first Drake. Brooklyn, of course, no slouches themselves. They're just going to go pick up and do the Void Grub for Dragon trade. It's a very, very common trade, especially when the first Drake is a Cloud Drake. I don't think it's that impactful long term. If you're Brooklyn, you're more than happy to give that up for the permanent Void Grub buff that you can get.
Gotta get those words out, because this is... With the circus, you never know when something's going to happen. I think as long as we get the words out, we're very happy. But this is, I love we're setting up about talking about the dragon, about those void guns. I'm just like, I'm excited for where the next kill is gonna go. I have no idea who is going to get kinked, and I'm wholly excited for it. You can even see it here that it is gonna be a mid lane Goku. You don't have ults up just in time, but I don't think Qualp actually knows that. So you are going to be relatively safe. Now Chain of Corruption in the bot side is going to break out another dive. Signature Weaver diving in hard, almost getting the tether off on Min, but Min is able to flash away. You're more than safe on the bot side, but again, Weaver with that aggression.
Yeah, and you burnt all summoners away from Ming. Princeton still has flash available. One thing I do want to highlight, the way Weaver is spoon-feeding Zadok's kills right now. I really like that call, but you are investing towards late game a little bit with that. Sam?
Oh, you know what, Goku? You take that. 100% you take that. You knew you were putting yourself at a low HP risk. You still got the 1-for-1.
Well, the problem is, I'll actually hold up because Phil's in trouble. Phil has no passive.
Oh my gosh. What is going on? We talked about this. We know we were like the duel. Why is Brooklyn willing to go into this? That's going to be a balance house moment with Jextor barely getting out of there. Again, the healing from those blobbers we talked about it. The instantaneous
is on his way?
Oh, Whomp's getting so much. Ain't no way you're safe.
Oh, bro, this is why Brooklyn is willing to trade, because Whelp is mobile. He's all over the map right now. He's faster to a lot of these plays, and even in the mid lane. Sure, Goku takes the 1-for-1, and normally if it's just the 1-for-1, it's still not worth it, because Cassin outskills you, but it's not just a 1v1. There's an assist goal that went over the way of Whelp and Sam as well. So for Brooklyn, if you get the extra assist, it's actually worth more for you, for your team, and that's why we're seeing Brooklyn just accelerate the game pace right now.
You can see it there, 3,900 now for the Shaco. About to hit 4K pretty neatly, I would add. Well over anyone on the side of Weber. Those kills are going to be coming through even against Zadox, who is 3-1-0 in their own right. 1 kill courtesy of Whelp's clone. And now this is going to be a chance to flash out on that burst. And you can see it there. You had to flash earlier. Princeton realizing maybe I can't go up that far.
No, and that's now Princeton's flash down. So all flashes down for Brooklyn in that bot lane. It is ripe for the gank. Now, Orbital, despite the fact that Brooklyn has been the more proactive team on the map so far, I think it's a credit to Weaver that we saw, sure, Whelp was 3,900, Zadox was 3,500. That's one Duran's item separating the two. Weaver is still good enough to go toe-to-toe with these trades. A potential gank into the bot side. Goku and Zadox are both here.
Not just potential, but with that TP, it is going to turn into a negligible fact to rotate down. Has caused a couple TPs in. It's going to be Sam to wonder, however, now it's a pinch that they're in trouble, and they're going to try to delve into Hop. But again, with that clone, with that Shaco out, Walt will be able to draw them all in. But it's turnaround kills. No freaking way. Sam can get nothing as out goes Zadox, and no one dies on Weaver. Goku may get chased down. That will be another charge. You have enough mana to chase if you wish, but take a look at your backline. We're wondering what happened. Sam now cut off. He's
out of mana.
You don't really have mana to crew out. You are going to get stunned up. You get the turnaround kill. You get a massive shutdown, but it's still a kill to Sendy with all the blood of gore in the bucket. It's still an amazing 3-for-1 for Weaver.
And this time, Orbital, we see Weaver be the proactive ones. They were the one to make the play, and they win out with hands, Orbital. They were just outplaying. They were all in fractions of health. And one thing you have to remember about Cassidy is Cassidy's very mobile, but his cost for his Rift Walk is exponential. And while Sam still looked like he had 20% mana, that is not enough for a 4-stack Rift Walk, which is why Sam couldn't clean up, only got the 1 kill. It was a critical kill. It was a huge kill with bounty attached, but it was only 1
what is it?
to the 3 they lost.
I think at max stacks, by the way, it's like 840 mana or something like that for one. It's crazy numbers. It is ridiculous. It's why we see those Rod of Ages being built almost, well, very quickly, I should say. Yeah, there's the stacks there. I can't tell. Even when we take a look at it, it says it doubles up. And it increases up to 4. I'm not doing that math on stream. I'm guessing 40, 840 average.
80, 160, 320, or 640. So I think counts on 640. Yeah, I think. Because, yeah,
I mean,
Zero
you
Stacks
get a
is
refresh
40.
on the W. You do get a refresh on the W on mana. It's still like, it's a lot of your mana bar. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, more than Sam could afford. Now, we did see the roam up from Princeton to help out help, so there will be 6 Void Grubs for Brooklyn. Pushing power is very, very strong. But right now, Weaver is taking plates in exchange. Ming can't even walk up to just Sendy right now. With that Ghost Blade, if Chains of Corruption lands, you could 100-0 in one full combo.
I think that's why Ming is sitting pretty far back. No support available. And with the Dragon going down, you also know Weaver would like to opt for a dive or anything of the sort. So you have to wait for your support on its own, which is giving Sendy so much value. Zadok still roaming in the spot side, waiting for a chance to make something happen. Mother Goose, though, saying, yo, the war just timed out. We know Princeton's going to look for an attempt at clearing out, but Princeton's wise to the game, and that is one of the best cat and mouse situations that I've ever seen. Princeton yet to get stunned, but a chain of corruption. The cat finds the mouse even under the bright light. Another piercing arrow almost takes Ming's life. And this is Weaver's patented style. Ming, realizing they're not in a good spot, has to use that Feather Storm. You save your life, but at what cost?
Flash is still available for Ming, so one escape tool still left. But overall, yeah, look at that gold, right? It was Whelp all early game, but look, Zadok has caught up and exceeded 5,600 to the 5,001. Sendy is the richest person on this rip right now, and Weaver have pulled everything back in their favor. It feels like Brooklyn, now they're just banking on the investment they put in early. They're waiting for Sam and Ming to really come online.
And granted, I think that's a wise investment. Remember, for them, as long as they don't lose their inhibitors, I think they're pretty happy. You got, you know, a couple early kills. You already got some stacking this. What was it? Usually 25, 26 minutes is when we see that level 16 and full stack on items. They're pretty okay with this current situation. Phil's even feeling pretty bolsterous and trying to fight Jexor without realizing Zadok is around the corner. And I mean, Phil's going to lose that passive liquid split. No one's really around here. James keeping him alive much longer than expected. Prince is going to try and round that course, but realizes, hey, can't really do anything, so doubling back to the rest of the team.
Yeah, a couple things to note. First of all, Phil is running that lethal tempo. So if he had been running tank runes, it would have been, I think, an even bigger distraction. It took 3 people to take him down, Sendy.
I love that so much. It's just...
Oh, wow.
It's Whelp's answer, and then Sendy's like, bro, stop knocking on my door.
Yeah, hey, if Whelp was able to actually commit the all-in, maybe you can kill the Varus. But Sendy didn't blow flash, didn't blow heal, was just like, okay, bro, come at me. I got this. And actually almost took Princeton down on the back end of it. Now, the other thing I want to highlight about that top side fight, though, Phil, not only did he almost survive a 1v3, not only running the wrong runes, but he's running Hollow Radiance as his item. And you need to actually kill minions to block that. It's not like the Funfire Wind Cape, where it just automatically does damage around you. So, the entire deck was stacked against Phil, and Weaver still needed 3 people to take him down. This Zac is going to become a problem, bro. We just haven't seen it leave lane yet.
I think that's, for another reason, the Weaver side is consistently having this wave under the tower, and feels like, yo, I can't really do too much. Just let me keep farming. This also gives time for Ming and Sam to try and stack on their own. They want to continue their own value. I love this. So, Weaver are not really... Okay, so I want to also point out, really keep track of where these vision points are, because that is a huge attempt to clear out for Brooklyn. Like, Shaco has to play around these wards. So, Weaver's ward placements will be highly important. How they clear it out. You can take it a look. Massive ward coverage wherever they're sending multiple members.
Yeah, and I think that's been one of the good reasons why Whelp's sort of early aggression has been slowed down, because Weaver has been able to track where this Shaco is looking to have action happen. Goku now trying to match up against Phil. Keep in mind, Malignant's Ari, no Leandri's picked up just yet, so yes, you've got a range advantage, yes, you've got CC, but if they do actually end up all-inning, I don't think Goku actually has enough damage to take out Phil.
Nope. This is Goku just like, okay, I'm just clearing waves, I'm just trying to keep myself safe. Of course, Phil looks like they said, no, you can't really do that. Charmed under the tower, though, as that's a lot of tower pressure. The heals come out, and in a 2v1, Phil against Aryan Tower. This is a big one. Whelp's looking, though, for a chance to glitch over this wall. That is something that you can do. Maybe get a little bit of a shiv in the back, but no, it is just going to be recalled between the two.
Now that's a one-way trip overall, especially with Charm potentially back up by the time he goes in position. If that charm lands, Quelp does not get back up. Push into the mid lane with the Herald from Weaver. Is anybody going to get in there?
Okay, looks like if the charm lands on Sam, but again, that's the rebound out, so you're not worried. You also want to break this open because Dragon's going to be up in 15, so Brooklyn not having that defensive power of that mid lane power any longer.
And this is really important for Weaver because 6 grubs went the way of Brooklyn. Phil got all the lane pressure he wanted, but first brick goes the way of Weaver. And as you mentioned, they are set up for this Dragon. They already stacked 2 earlier. Brooklyn didn't contest them because their bot side was losing. Dragon stacking is a huge potential win con for Weaver.
I think it's something that they themselves have recognized. If anything, though, Brooklyn are going to try and cheeky steal here. Or not. I for some reason thought, I realized that was Zach actually roaming down. I keep now assuming Wulp's going to try and get something crazy. But, as you said, it is Soul Point currently on the table. It's a mountain, which isn't great, but in the current situation, having an extra shield against a Shaco probably feels amazing.
Yeah, especially, with Shaco. Zadox?
I keep saying it's so interesting watching how this breaks out. The consistent weird scenarios that Shakos will get you into, it just boggles my mind.
Yeah, and Zadox actually did get out without taking too much damage there. Did have to burn the Heartbreaker for it. I was actually more interested in the way Hope was positioning that fight and using the clone to actually stop the engage from coming through, because you don't want to have it pop behind you and then get isolated by the fear. So because of that, Weaver, despite getting the big chunk onto Sam, wasn't willing to hard commit into it with the clone potentially cutting them off. Now Zadox doesn't have Heartbreaker available, so I don't actually think the threat of this Viego Ahri is that high right now.
It's just, you're there for backup. I think Goku, which is someone that we have been watching with this Ahri early pickup, 1, 3, and 3 is not exactly the most impressive score to currently have, and that's why it needs a little bit of help. Bill and Jex are also trying to duke it out and get a little bit of value down, but again, Bill is more than happy at the current moment to sustain between. You have enough sustain, you have enough extra. With those auto attacks, I mean, they can stack up sometimes with melee. If Jexor tries to get into that value, I mean, the extra auto attack damage may bring something.
It's just funny watching Phil flail away at the minions so quickly. It's not something you normally see, but hey, it's kind of working, I guess, for the wave clear and the push. And Phil is winning out the sort of 1v1 side lane push anyways. But overall, let's talk about Sam a little bit, as you mentioned. In the bush right now, setup doesn't have the stacks rolling, so the damage isn't super high. But at the beginning of the split, Sam was a potential weak point for this team. He was struggling in lane in the 1v1s, but now look at how he is. On Cassin, a weaker sort of lane matchup, was able to hold his turret, is scaling up, and is going toe-to-toe with a former Worlds player in Goku. What a glow up within the split.
I think for that, we want to see it throughout the entire series as well. We want to see Sam have this punch to him and even have the respect. If you get the Cassidon banned against you in game number 2 because you have a standout performance, I would be so happy. Well, though, with that clone, it's causing a little bit of disruption. Now drawing in a little extra. Zadox may have gotten Goku into a sticky situation, though. There's nowhere else you can run as Walt picks it up. And now a trade back as the Featherstorm comes out. Zadox is going to go down. 2 quick kills. Just as Baron comes up, Brooklyn can go for Baron.
Yeah, perfect Featherstorm from Ming to buy that space, buy that time, and Sendy wasn't able to get the damage. Now, great collapse from Brooklyn. They moved first, and now Weaver with 3 members. Yes, you've got the tanks to frontline this, but keep in mind, Sendy is not on hit Varus. He is very burst oriented.
I mean, that's what you're hoping for. The burst, just that poke to draw him off Baron, and maybe it's worked, but now you put yourself in dangerous spot again! Oh, shutdowns on probably the person that you least wanted it to go to. Sam not only blows them up and is now sitting at 9k, but you get the Baron to boot.
Yeah, 20 minutes. It's a very, very fresh, young Baron orbital, and one of the things to highlight is, of course, the later the game goes, the more damage teams have, the easier it is for them to stop Baron pushes. At this stage in the game, I fear that Goku and Sendy don't have enough wave clear to stop the pushes that Brooklyn are going to be able to put out. And Brooklyn haven't taken a single turret yet. So all those outer turrets, that's freestanding gold, which Weeble will struggle to even look at defending.
Your main hope at the end of the day against this Baron, just try and find that extra kill. Maybe that's something that you can do. But I agree, it's going to be difficult. Weaver realized this, and even then, you're still looking to try and harness a little bit of enemy farming. You go for that double hit, get the smite down, you steal away that blue buff, and it's one less buff that's going to be there. I am surprised though. It looks like Weaver are actually trying to position around, get vision around this dragon, maybe look for a steal later on. But it's just surprising.
Or potentially a straight up fight for it, right? For Weaver, they can still look to team fight.
Wow.
Oh, Ming, he's dead?
Jesus. What was that? Ming had nothing, by the way. It didn't have flash or cleanse, so I understand. No feather storm. That's a catch and a half. No other somersaults were used, and now they found another. No way. No way this happens. Phil is going to be dropped in a matter of seconds. Disaster strikes for Brooklyn, as yes, they got Baron, but they lose the most important objective that I think Weaver have been setting up all game.
Yeah, no, bro. This is why they were looking for that fight around Dragon, because Baron gives you a bit of AD and AP, but the biggest thing that Baron gives you is the ability to push out with the empowered minions. And if you're at the Dragon Pit, there's no minions to help the side of Brooklyn out. So Weaver, with the soul point they had, they were threatening soul, and they just kind of went for it. And now, not only are they going to get soul, but Brooklyn wasn't even able to make good use of that Baron push. Sam got topside, and that's going to be it.
I would say to even add on to that, Baron is temporary. You have to refresh that every, 3 minutes after it wears off? Soul is forever. You have that till the end of the game if you so wish, and it's massive. Again, the extra shielding, that extra ability to sing through, also making the Gragas, who, if Jexor does opt to go and pick up that one of the defensive items, you can actually get pretty tanky just from that alone. So at the current moment, Brooklyn kind of sitting there going, dang, we kind of messed up here. We think we now have to try and push, gather some extra standing gold, but we have to protect our ADC at the same time, who is now in a dangerous spot. Featherstorm goes up, but you're in a wrong spot. All you have is cleanse. You can't cleanse a knockup. You're just dead.
Yeah, you just need to cleanse that first charm if you were going to cleanse anything at all. And once again, Weaver manufacture a pick out of seemingly nowhere, get pressure, get this push going for themselves. What a turnaround from the early game. Early game, it was all Brooklyn all day long with help, just running everywhere. But now it just feels like the Shaco pick has started to fall off. Brooklyn can't quite team fight because their comp doesn't allow for it. And Sam, one level away from that castle win level, but isn't there now as your base is getting bigger.
They're going to try and stop the base defense outside of the base. A little bit of a draw into the backline. Sendi's still alive. What a beautiful chain of corruption. Keep everyone safe. In the backline, it is going to be Jexor to find Prince's life. But Sam on the wall is going to try and get the annihilation. You do get the kill, but it's only one. The rest of the death actually goes Weaver's way, as now Sam and Whalp are running for their lives. A ghostly Zadux uses the elastic slingshot to try and get in range, but Sam is going to run for their life. They have just enough, I think, for one more run as they do, and Zadux is not able to follow. Just barely enough mana. You are thanking God that you have that blue buff. Whalp gonna look for a chance, but the shield comes just up in time. Because of that, I don't think you can challenge any further, because Jexor and Ming are both on the map.
Yeah, and with Ming back up, they actually have to damage now Brooklyn to try and turn things around. They just don't have the tank, so it gets kind of dicey. But Orbital, throughout all this chaos, Sam just ticked 16. Castle win is theoretically online now. Roa fully stacked, Serap's Embrace fully stacked, and with a Zhonya's soon to complete as well. You've got the Seeker's Armguard component, and let's not forget, they changed it to split. Zhonya, or pardon me, the Seeker's Armguard has that one single stasis available, so Sam is fully online and ready to carry.
I'm scared. Honestly, Sam, someone that we said weather the early game, and we said a main chunk of Weaver, weather the early game, you're good, you're golden for the rest of the game. It is these catches, and honestly, Ming has been hard focused. That is now about 4 times that Ming has not been allowed to play this game.
And unfortunately, Ming cleansed at that point. Like, whether or not you cleanse, you are dead to rights. And he won't have that available for that next big team fight. Orbital, we've been talking a lot about the dragon stacking from Weaver. The only dragon left for them to take is Elder. That comes up in 3 minutes. Baron in 1. Weaver should have the advantage on the setup on that take, but instead, they're going for the turret.
I think the turret might have gotten him in trouble. Phil with a really good engagement to find on Sendi. Sendi's just dead. That's a huge chunk of damage for them, and Zadux is out as well. This is actually cleanup work for the one and only Sam, if you so wish. Phil on the top side zones out Zadux, and Sam just looking for a little bit of mana. You're not really going to find it, so Jexor and Goku are alive. But what a wash in front of their base. Beautiful job by Brooklyn.
Yeah. Oh, and they're going to keep diving.
I think they're going to get this. What a rip walk to deny that jump forward. And another E from Sam. Sam is now unstoppable and then some. Has been sitting on that dark skill seal for a majority share of this game. I think just hit max stacks.
Yeah, and that dive, Orbital, is actually super important because Brooklyn, Sendy and Zadox and all of them would be back up in time to actually fight the Baron. But because they picked off Goku under that turret so much later than everybody else, they've desynced the resurrections, they've desynced everybody being back on the map. And Goku actually won't be on the map in time for Baron. Does have TP, and thankfully for the side of Weaver, Brooklyn were not in position to just kind of fall back in. They instead reset, spend their gold, and both teams will have a shot at these objectives. Neither side really having a big advantage on the setup.
Okay, listen, setup might not be the advantage, but there is an advantage. Sam has now gone ahead and collected that mid. Like, this is a standard item on Kassadin's, and I love the fact that it's now everything kind of resting in Sam's pocket. I know we played a lot into it, but it is coming to fruition. Sam is the main carry, and that's also because Ming has been denied multiple times now.
Sure.
Weaver have basically deleted Ming from the game. Ming is not allowed to step up. Ming's not allowed to do too much. And Wallop at the same time on this Shaco, you're pretty much dead. Like, there's nothing else to say. It really does rest on Sam, I think, to get not even the cleanup, not just the cleanup, even a majority share of some of the early damage down.
Oh man, bro, here we are talking about objectives, and the team's just like, forget objectives, we're going for
that was the other side of it.
They found Whelp, and that's jungler down, no smite available. This should belong to Weaver, no contest whatsoever. And you can see they didn't even bother setting up that vision line behind them to stop anybody from stealing it. Because there's no smite. Who's gonna burst? Sam? Maybe if you got 4-stack Riftwalk? Maybe then.
Normally, a Zac on the back lines would actually scare me for a Baron steal. What is it, the drive-by slingshot? Nah,
yeah, true.
You're not worried.
Nope. That's
time.
not a jungler. No smite.
Nope, it's no smite. So you are safe. However, this one you can actually contest. This Elder Dragon is one that you discussed earlier, the only dragon that Weaver have not gone, and I love the current setup. Take a look at where Sam is. Zadox roaming around the edge, not even clearing that side. Jexor is going to be the first one, and you are spotted. Now the stun over the wall. Sam cannot get caught right now. Actually tags the Elder, and now reaches in and sees Phil inside of that river brush. Phil is taken quite low, has to bounce the way out, but Chain of Corruption is out. Zadox is almost dead. Zadox is very low. They're going to try and cut it out. Featherstorm in the back line to try and keep everyone away, but Phil is on the killing streak. Phil has a second. Get a triple if you can, but it's not going to happen. Weaver lose multiple members, and that's going to be Brooklyn to say you can't do anything. Cass does nothing but delay the inevitable as Sendy is going to try their best. Watch this forward. One more outside gets it shut down is available. Everyone's actually quite low. Sendy gets fierce. And how much more are you going to get? You're drawn every which way. Dragon spitting on you. It's an ace for Brooklyn and Elder.
What a chaotic fight, Orbital, but it works out for Brooklyn. Brooklyn getting this Elder kind of resets everything in their favor. You saw how down to the wire some of that fighting got. Princeton and Ming living on a hope and a prayer. Phil might look healthy now, but Phil dipped down to like, I think, 20% health at one point during that fight. Now with the Elder, their fights are going to be so much more comprehensive, and they cleaned out Weaver as well. So there's no more Baron buffs on the side of Weaver. All that Baron positioning, all that advantage that Weaver accrued to get that Baron has just been undone in one bad team fight.
Welcome to Negative Baron Power Play at Destination and Population Weaver. All 5 of them kind of frustrated at that moment. And the fact of the matter is, we talked about Brooklyn's standing goal. The fact that Weaver hasn't really been able to break into the inhibitors with some of their leads that they've had also shows the resilience in that factor. Both teams now respecting the amount of damage that can come out on either side. The haphazard tactics of guerrilla warfare that both teams are now employing is starting to reach its breaking point. The death timers are getting longer. We're now 30.5 minutes into the game. If you get a clean ace, that does seal almost game ending. You can even see it here. Brooklyn double teleporting in.
Yeah, they've got Elder, so they want to force the fight, but they have to be careful of the turret. Zadox.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting that quickly. Zadox is very, very low, but isn't going to fall here. Phil instead is going to be chunked out, but Sam with the dive has power. Now you're going to try and rip
he went the wrong way!
Another charm lands, but that's only on the Karma. Princeton has been doing their best to keep everyone alive. And Jaxor, for all the fight has happened, that's the kill that you want. Crypt Bloom finds it with Sam down. You can now chase as far as you want. A low fear is going to do nothing. Phil's
low.
Backside looks for fight number 2, and you find it. Ming with the gets one of the first kills of this game. And all is said and done. It's still Varus to pick up another. And Sadax is back and alive. Sadax goes back and he heals. Princeton finds Jaxor's life, but it's a 4 for 2 for Brooklyn.
And Phil just will not die over. We talk up Sam, but these last 2 fights have been about Phil instead. The Zach finally goes down. Okay, we cast a curse it, my bad.
No, you cast a curse it.
Wait, he's still alive though.
No. No!
Not even the caster curse can take Phil down, Orbital. And you were talking about the picks that we were seeing with the Shaco, with the Viego. Well, guess what? Brooklyn don't need picks anymore. They can fight front to back, and you can see that Phil just will not die in that situation. There is no sustained damage. Mother Goose, back up, back down.
But that bought enough time. That bought enough time for a couple extra kills, and the cleanup is really, really nice. The worst feeling in the world is losing an inhibitor tower, maybe an inhibitor, and getting literally no kills behind it. At least you were able to take 3 more, get a little bit more gold back into some of these carries, namely Sendy and Goku, who Goku struggling to pick up that 4th item you're trying to build into that Rabadons.
Yeah, unfortunately for Goku, you weren't able to find those early kills with Zadox being down. You didn't get that 2v2 early strength that you wanted against the Kassadin, against the Shaco, and now Goku is actually the one who's looking to shred Phil with that Leandries in pocket. That's 5,000 gold difference overall between Sam and Goku right now. That is almost 2 full items.
And yet, even with that, Sendy needs more. You're going this lethality Varus. I want to see more gold in the Varus. I want to see that Varus on full build.
He's maxed.
ASAP. And he is. No, he's not. He's not. He can sell the boots. He can absolutely sell the boots to get more. We know that's how it goes. That is not full build for a lethality Varus.
I don't know, man. Overall, that's kind of the problem too, because Sendy is the richest guy, but Sendy can't cut Phil, right? This is not the on-hit Varus, as we mentioned before. The lethality means nothing to Phil. And by the way, I don't know how they do. Phil picked up a Rift Maker, and that's actually been paying massive dividends with the lethal tempo. It's not existing Dark Tech, but I love what Phil has done, considering the bad hand he got dealt with that rune swap that happened. We think it's a bug. We're not sure exactly what happened there. But he's maximizing, and it's worked out. You've seen him heal up, especially once Goku and Sendy are down.
And the fact is, Jaxor has realized that. Finally picked up an orb there, just trying to cut through some of the grievous wounds, and maybe you get it, but I don't know how much that's going to do. You hope to land. That's going to be the Featherstorm forced out as Goku starts off the fight, and you actually drew a lot. Take a look, Phil on the other side. It's actually quite low. If you get this chunk out, you're big. Phil misses the jump. There's enough set. Whoop, what? Wolf went just straight in the middle, loses their life, and that's a huge opening for Weaver.
Yeah, and now Baron's back on the table again, Orbital. Granted, we saw the Baron wasn't the most useful thing, but it's still worth a lot of gold. Weaver gonna pick that one up for free. And I'm gonna be honest, when Hope went in, I thought that was the clone, because I could not believe he'd go that deep in. Weaver looked like they thought it was a clone for a second, and then when they pushed out the rest of Brooklyn, they went, well, we might as well. There's a clone among us. Take it out. Or maybe they saw the abilities that Hope was actually putting down. It was just a weird, awkward situation.
It was both of them. The clone and Shaco was there, and they went, oh, free kill. And it was, it's frustrating to see, because I've actually really liked Walp's game so far. This game has felt very, very fun, but to see a mistake like that and to know that that might have been enough to give Weaver the Baron to push in to your base to crack that inhibitor that they so desperately wanted to do. No matter what, this late in the game, it always feels bad to make that type of mistake.
And now it's a decision we have to make. Do we push in with Baron, or do we fight for this Elder? Do we try and base race you versus the Elder? It looks like we have decided to go for the Elder. This is not bad for Brooklyn. They are still very, very strong. Phil is here. I believe his passive should be coming up soon enough as well, if it's not already back up by this point. So for Brooklyn, the longer you can hold them there, the better. Oh, 1 minute till
doesn't look like I think it's another minute.
Yep,
maybe. I don't know.
Timer.
A little bit of time, but Walp Wallop's going to be a little bit messy. That is absolutely low, but another charm lands perfectly. So Phil is going to be cut out. No passive, but you got the kill. That is going to be one on the Nautilus, but a kill and secure by the Execute is good. Jaxor in the back line, though, cannot
Goes
keep
on the other side.
Sendy is down. Sam jumping over the wall, chasing after Goku. Goku trying to run their way about, but that's another rip walk. It's down to like 2 seconds, and it's Brooklyn to try and find the fight, but Jaxor and Zadox are still alive at the end of the day. It's a triple for Zadox, but it's a 3 for 3 everywhere else on the map. Another zone out as the Scryers find Sam, and Elder is started by Zadox. I think Sam might be able to get away. Jaxor is going to chase for forever, though. Another barrel. It lands. It's a shutdown, and that's the one you want to close out for Weaver, but it was a messy one at that.
That blue trinket, I think it was Jaxor who actually spotted Sam on that recall. That was massive, because now Zadox to pick this up. And overall, as much as we were saying Weaver was struggling to cut through Phil, Brooklyn are struggling to cut through Phil when Zadox became Phil. You saw in that backline that moment of panic, and unfortunately Ming just wasn't able to get that free fire. And because of that, Weaver survived with 2, most critically Zadox, and now Zadox is waiting for Goku to respawn. I love this.
This is when you know players are teammates. Heads up play, you go ahead and get Elder on everyone, and Weaver have the chance to execute anyone under 20%.
Yeah, and this is what Weaver really need to kind of push themselves over the edge there. They've been struggling a little bit in these team fights. It's been getting, I think, closer than they'd like because of the strong scaling from Brooklyn. But with Elder, now you can much more easily cut through the various members of Brooklyn. I'm not looking at Phil this time. I'm actually looking at Sam and Ming, who have been able to survive a lot of these fights with very, very low health bars.
And I give a lot of credit. Ming has been trying their best. I put a lot of pressure on them earlier. They've been able to fight back. They've been staying alive and then pumping out some of that damage, and you'll need a lot more this time around. I don't know if Princeton and Paul were actually notified, but they have spotted out some opponents on the other side of that Krugs pit. All 5 of Weaver, though, saying we have to deal with Sam's push in the mid lane, so everyone gathers back and is going to defend.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, because I almost feel like Zadox or Jaxor could probably deal with Sam solo. There's no turret there, granted, so that is an open in hit, but I'm not sure Sam can actually cut through them. Instead, they're acting as a team right now, Weaver. They don't want to give up any picks. They don't want to slow anything down. They're trying to maximize the last bit of Elder that they have. And so instead they just group up, push down mid, and no other lanes are as exposed. The minions have already pushed out, so there's no threat of a base race from Sam.
Honestly, it's very interesting. It's been a very long time since I've seen a game where it feels like there's only one entry point. I mean, if this game ends right now, the side lanes are going to be fully operational. They're not going to go down. Weaver aren't really going to care about that. Instead, they're just going to try and push. They're going to try and get killed, and they're going to try and end the game. That is a Hextech flash from Mother Goose, just trying to surprise anyone on the side of Brooklyn. How far are Weaver actually going to decide to go? Take a look at this flank, though. Still on the back end. It's dangerous. Pretty nice elastic range. Princeton is a little bit low. That's a jump forward. Nice ability for him to deny. Wallop in the middle with the clone. And it looks like you got the damage, but that's Sendy. Sendy found the kill on the back line. So that's a 1-for-1. And now you get the execute on that Zac. Zac gonna go in the blob, so that's about it. And that's the finish. I think without the rest of the tanks, I think that's it.
I mean, you can try and wave clear. I think that's the last call from Brooklyn right now. If you can hold another 7 seconds, Elder wears off, and maybe you have a shot.
That shot is very, very small. Zadox, though, taken quite low. Another jump in, Sam. Oh, you are just out of range.
Okay.
Those charms are so nasty. Sam's running low on mana. Trying to get that dance, and it's going to be a hit. Nice pop out. They have cleared the wave. As you said, RMCM might be done, but they're waiting for another wave. Even though the Elder's gone, the damage is still there.
One more wave right now. 15 seconds for Hope to come back up. Phil in 22. If you clear this wave, Brooklyn can hold on. If they lose their turrets to this wave, it gets incredibly hard.
All right, Ming, you
okay, Sam?
Before. No! Let's see if he can do it. That's going to be the death. Sam is gone. Sam is gone. Ming gonna be jumped on next. Yes, you got a kill on Zadox, but it's going to be not. It is going to be Sendy and Goku to end the game. 40 minutes on the dot is game number 1.
Orbital, some names might have changed, but Zadox and Sendy being massive carries for their team, clutching it out has not. And Weaver win the first game in this series. Orbitals, this is a best of 5, so we've got at least 2 more games to come through. And after watching that one, I don't know if we're going to be able to hold out. Orbital, that is some insane play we're seeing already.
It was very hands checky is the best way I could think of, because it did not feel like a 40-minute game. You and I have cast some games where there are long interludes of prep, setup, holding out, making sure you get the perfect engage. There was nothing of that sort. I love both these teams to death. There was no prep whatsoever. We see an enemy, we kill an enemy, or we die trying to kill the enemy. It was so good and so entertaining. And I gotta ask you, RMC, how much did those power picks really come in? Because we saw the Zac, we saw the Shaco, and we saw the Kassadin.
You know what? I think they were absolutely huge. The Shaco from, well, very early on was definitely a menace. Now, I know earlier I said, I think you ban the Shaco, you leave the Kassadin open. After watching that game, though, I actually think you might flip it. Whelp Shaco was very annoying early game, but I think Weaver did a great job tiding it over. If anything, Sam's Kassadin was a massive issue. So I think if anything, maybe you ban the Kassadin, you can leave the Shaco if you're a bit more careful in the early game. But on the other hand, overall, Brooklyn started flourishing the split when their drafts started getting a lot more depth to them. They do have other playstyles they can look to. Teamfight is something that they've played majority of this season, and their game 1 draft was not about teamfight. That was a comfort draft. So they still have options for them to go into game 2 as well.
Well, let's hope they draw it out. They're going to have to dig deep into the playbook. First draft didn't really work out their way, but game 2 might be a little different. Of course, Weaver are saying, nah, we're finishing this up in 3. Let's go ahead and go to a short break. The ECAC Grand Finals of the Super Elite will continue in just a bit. It was fun. It was fun. I think I dragged a little. Oh my god, listen, first it's Riot Client, then our production is trolling us, and then our producer is getting trolled himself. I don't know. We got some trolling coming out, and I think it's only right, because we got the Circus Master himself, Shaco, in game number 1, and holy moly, was that a game. We came into this saying, Weber, we know they're strong, we know they love to fight early, they are a strong, competitive team. Brooklyn went toe-to-toe with them, give them a lot of credit, going into game 2, I want to see it again. I'm not super hopeful.
Yeah, I don't doubt we're going to see some changes in bans coming through from Weber Orbital. I've been told that both teams will be keeping the same side, so Weber will still be on the blue side, Brooklyn on the red side. And let's kind of talk a little bit about what worked, Orbital, for both of these teams. Because I think for the side of Weber, Jexark, somebody we didn't talk too much about, his Gragas was actually really important towards the end of the game. Many, many times he caught out Whelp and actually managed to stop Sam from being able to base as well, which was massive. So I think we might see the reprisal of the Gragas. They kind of picked it blind. They didn't know if the Zac was top or jungle at that point. The other pick that worked really well was the Varus for Sandy. Even lethality, he was still able to cut through Phil eventually. It did take a bit of time. You know, he had to go full build, but he did do it. And as for Brooklyn, the Zac, that might get banned because don't forget, again, Phil ran the wrong runes in game 1. That was lethal tempo Zac. If you run tenacity, I think Phil might actually have tipped it over the edge. So I expect to see the Zac, and if the Caston's not banned, I think Sam just stamps out again. It was so impactful in that first game.
It was amazing. What I do want to see a change, though, is Goku. You know, as much as we watched Sam had an amazing time, I would like to see Goku on a little bit, given a little bit more opportunity. Granted, you did have to field a blind pick somewhere, and I do agree, and I like the fact that if you are going to run the Ari, you have to ban that Kassadin. Sam had an amazing time. This now opens the door for Goku to have a little bit more difference in there. If you want to run the R, you know you're not going to run into that bulwark of a Kassadin later on. On the same side, the Hui banned out, and there it is, RMC. You said to swap the bans come out. No, this time it's 2 very, very respectful bans to come through on Weber's side. LeBlanc and Hui still banned away.
Yeah, and with that, I think Brooklyn will look more for team fighting composition at this point. Though Varus, not banned, Orbital, neither is the Ari. In fact, I actually don't think Brooklyn changed up any of their bans, so I expect the Varus first pick. And for Brooklyn, Zac's still on the table, so I expect to see that picked really early. I think they went the Karma as well, and both of those are flex picks. So I think that's a very good foundation to build from Brooklyn. I expect to see those 2 picked up, and then it'll be on Weber again to kind of change things up. I agree with you. I don't want to see that Ari picked up early for Goku here.
I mean, that's the other side of it, though. What do you want to, like, hide away? And that's the dichotomy, or that's the difficult situation that a lot of players and a lot of teams actually fall into. This time around, though, it is an identification by Weaver to say, hey, that Zac will go to the top side. At least 70% chance. Let's go ahead, grab that Gragas. Don't even worry about anything else. At the same time, it might be a respectful thing. Brooklyn maybe thinking of banning that Gragas in this second round of bans. Nautilus this time taken up by Weber, secure that bottom lane very nicely and neatly. And now, for the first time, I feel like we are actually going to get a mirrored phase 2. If this Ashe is locked in that was banned away in game number 1, we're going to get a mirrored phase 2.
Yeah, that's very interesting that we're kind of picking the Ashe here. In lane, Ashe can try and match up with the Varus in terms of poke, but I do generally favor the Varus in terms of just being able to commit to those trades, especially when you're paired with something like a Nautilus. My question now for Brooklyn is, this Zac, do you want it to match with the Gragas? I did think that Phil did win the matchup last time, so I'd like to see it in the top side. And for this Karma, is it going to be support Karma again? Because on one hand, I think Princeton did quite well on the Karma in terms of lane, but you did struggle a little bit later on against the Nautilus. So do you want to flex this Karma into the mid lane instead and try and pick something else for this bot lane that maybe can soak up the engage from this Nautilus?
Well, I think Weaver were actually thinking the same thing, and hey, we don't actually want to ban out any mid laners. We'll go focus on that jungle, and we'll let Brooklyn focus on the top side, and we'll leave that mid to interpretation, whether it be that Karma or not. Hard focus on Hualpu. Again, on that Shaco, did very, very well. Now with the hover of the Seraphine, this is a little bit different. I'm not super excited. It turns a lot of agency around. That still leaves up I understand Seraphine support is not, I think, super amazing. It's still a technical flex between mid and support.
Yeah, and Riot did try and buff Seraphine a couple of patches ago. Support Seraphine to be exact. So it could be flexed down into that support role. This is a change up though, Orbital. It's not the Ari we're kind of fearing a little bit. It's the Silas. And I actually don't know if I like this pick into Karma. into Seraphine, you do have really strong skilling. There are a lot of great ultimates to pick up, but the laning is actually incredibly tough for Silas.
Well, listen, if you have a buffer like Zadox's Lee Sin, I think you're more than fine, okay? More than fine. Listen, everyone knows this. I love Zadox so much. One of the players that I personally been watching throughout a lot of different tournaments I played in. I love Zadox to death. The Lee Sin gave me such a heart attack. I think the last time I actually cast him, he got into a level 1 skirmish. Oh, no, that was actually the Viego. That was different. Either way, though, Walt, now on a little bit more standard, and we do need to talk about this change up. This is a lot more standardized. That actually scares me for Brooklyn. You're not going to have that spice of life in this game number 2, as we're going to dive right into it.
Yep, and so, Orbital, not exactly the Orianna team comp I was expecting to come through from the side of Brooklyn, but still a really good AoE composition. There is, with the Zac, with the Wukong, a lot of that. My biggest concern now for Brooklyn is their AD carry. Ming has to carry these fights with double support in pocket as well, and therefore, I expect to see this game played a lot around the bot lane. Last time, Sendy and Mother Goose absolutely smashed.
And that's also a scary part. Ashe is not known as a hyper carry. Normally when you see a double support situation, it's like a Jinx, which I think Jinx has risen in priority in drafts a lot now. So the fact that you opted for the Ashe, which I think is one of Ming's well-played champions, it's not impossible. But the output of damage is sneaky damage, not outright. So, as you said, Sendy and Mother Goose, we'll watch how it goes. This time around, though, we are focused on Jexor and Zadox, who Zadox is just saying, thank God I'm not dealing with a funky situation. Love the mouse here. What is this one's name? Do you know?
No, I don't name the animals. Perhaps Samantha Price, our observer and guide to the jungle safari, might be able to tell us the names of some of these animals here on the Rift.
I think that's Mouseketeer number 1, and then Mouseketeer number 2 on the other side. We still have to find Mouseketeer number 3. I honestly don't know where that one is.
The 3 Musketeers. That's Twitch, right? Jungle Twitch. Just invisible right now, so we can't see him on the Rift.
Yeah. Have you seen the new skin, the April Fool's skin, by the way? Just running around with a block of cheese. Best thing in the world.
No, I didn't.
Have you not?
No, I didn't play League on April Fool's, man. I didn't want to get trolled in solo queue.
That's true. What was it, big head mode last time? But no, it's literally just Twitch with a block of cheese. It's I think fashioned after pyramid heads, I think is what it was.
Okay.
It's great skin. I love it.
Well, I'm sure there'll be videos on YouTube we can check out. Back onto the Rift overall, a couple things we should know. As we somewhat expected, Phil doing really well in that top lane this time with the proper runes, with Grasp with the Undying, getting the early shove and poke onto Jexorx. And that's why I think we saw Zadox turn the top side, because if you started bot side, you'd get invaded later on by that top lane. But at level 1, you can still kind of hold out, and Zadox now having a much better early start to the game with an early game champion like Lee Sin. I'm really excited to see what he can do, whether he actually starts hunting both to get revenge for what happened in game 1.
Or just looking for those lane ganks. I've seen Zadox look to get cheesy with it, get a little bit silly, and it's a lot of fun. You start ganking those lanes, but I would agree, maybe some revenge against Swap will be big. Either way, we are going to see them meet up in about 20 to 30 seconds. Both jungle pathings with the full clears has led towards this bottom side, and I actually think you can see it in both of the bottom lanes plays. Neither side really wants to put themselves in a dangerous spot because you know the junglers are around. Top side, we've seen this song and dance before. Jexor has been running a little bit low on the HP bars, and Phil, this time with the Grasp of the Undying, a lot more sustainability in the back pocket. Zadox, first one on the Scuttle, picking that one up.
Yeah, and I don't think we'd see Zadox on the bot side because Ming and Princeton did a good job of kind of letting the wave push into them, just play a bit more defensively. Sam, on the other hand,
that is a big one. Flash for flash in the mid lane. Sam really not enjoying that one.
And unfortunately for the Karma, you do tend to push out, especially into a melee champion like the Silas. If you're not actively poking him, well, you're giving him the free skill lane. Well, look into the spot lane. Burns the flash.
That's pretty good. I think Princeton actually stepped up. Or no, it actually looks like Mother Goose went for a hook.
Yep.
Princeton rebutted with a little bit of a root. So very nicely picked up. I think you didn't lose too much there. And both junglers have made their earlier appearance. They've gone ahead and influenced their lanes, but Sam, wrong side of the map.
Wait, he's out?
I don't think Zadox can actually get the kill, but it's enough to force Sam out of this lane situation. You can't stay with 200 HP.
Yeah, and even worse, you have to sack this way for Sam. And actually, Sam is trying to stick around. This is
That's crazy.
Yeah, kind of dangerous. I think he just okay. Well, he's gonna be at least be able to get the back wave, and does have TP, so it's okay. What happened up here? How did Jexor get the kill?
I don't know, because last time we saw it. Okay, I see. Trying to cover back. Okay, we can't even talk about that. I want to talk about top lane. Zadok tried to invade. Wulp got back on the rift after recalling, is now brutalizing that back before the blast cone goes off. So top lane, Jexor had used teleport to get back in lane, got that first blood, and now Wulp still gets the better of Zadox.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that you could still get the kill even with that TP, because Jexor just bought a tier. A tiered pot. That's it. Like, that's not combat stats. And so Phil must have just overstayed, I suppose. That's the only way I can kind of see that working. Zadox had flash, by the way, could have flashed away, opted to kind of stick around a little bit overconfident, paid for it, and now Goku will have to try and stop Phil from getting all 3 grubs.
At this point, you're just yeah, I think it's just 1 is all you need, and then maybe Zadox can pick up the last one, and that's the situation that normally occurs. Yeah, you go ahead, pick it up, Phil. Gonna try and run interference. Zadox, though, only level 4, needs some help from Jexor. Mother Goose wants to come in and help out, and actually Phil's being left with the wolves. You guys see these collapse of 4 for 1. Yes, you might have grasp this time, but you're still a lowly Zac here in the early game.
Without his passive to boot, and good rotation from Mother Goose, coming out of base a little bit faster, Princeton didn't really match the timings, and that's why Weber ended up getting the numbers advantage and able to secure that kill. That's going to feel bad for Phil, because Phil just TP'd back to lane as well, so he has to walk the entire way now.
Yeesh. Poor Zac. Just blobbing his way back to lane. Yeah, that really is. And it feels bad, because that's also the side of it. This early game that we saw with the lethal tempo, it might have been a little bit silly, but we're not seeing that situation occur this time around. Jexor has been really on top of it, said, hey, that early game 1 situation, that was mainly from the Shaco. I think that's what Jexor is saying. So this time around, Phil has to recognize that you're not going to have that amount of help.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't think it was the Shaco that much at first, and I guess Jexor maybe he's just comfortable with the matchup now, having played into it, is picking much better trades to come through. And hey, maybe the fact that Lethal Tempo was not the standard rune might have caught Jexor off guard and allowed Phil to actually stay in those fights longer than expected. Bot side, well, is first to the dragon actually, so he was first to grubs, first to dragon, and I want to see if Whelp can continue this dominance, because usually we get a bit scared of Wukong at level 6, and Whelp has been so active prior to that already. It doesn't feel like he's been in that power trough.
I mean, you've just been chilling and feeling confident in whatever you want to. Oh, okay. Oh boy.
Normally we complain that the observer is like a top laner because they watch top lane too much. I think maybe we might need to actually watch top lane a little bit more.
I think that's real. Same with the mid lane. Goku winning out here, but Sam being able to sustain just a little bit, and both of them dropped to about 25. Needless to say, that's actually influenced this bottom side, as Zadox has actually jumped on the dragon. What was originally Wulp getting a decent exchange and trying to go for that dragon is now looking for a steal situation. This could actually be dangerous. Keep eyes on where Mother Goose is running interference. And with Goku now coming down, it's a 4v3. I don't think he can really do anything. Ming maybe looking for an arrow, but it's too many members there. You were talking about the supremacy of Hulk. Weber, steal that right away.
Yeah, from the supremacy of Goku into Sam. And very, very unfortunate for Sam. After all, he had such a great game 1, but let's not forget Sam was just holding the lane pretty much for the early game. Priority was still in Goku, and it's the same this game as well. Problem is, Goku has the better scaling this time, and Sam with the Karma has not been able to pressure enough.
How is this going to break out, though? That's my big question. Sam had a time, and this is going to be... Okay, well, that's how it's going to go. Wulp is going to try and jump in the mid lane. Bot lane is actually where we're watching. Ming's taking low. Final arrow tick. You burned down even after you flash, and now a flash forward as another tick could have done it, but Sendy and Mother Goose repeating their game 1 dominance.
Sendy has no chill, and I'm loving it. The flash forward, the aggression, just because killing Ming wasn't enough, wanted Princeton to boot as well, and this was the fear we had, right? You pick the Ashe, she's supposed to be your sustained damage, she's supposed to be the hyper carry with your double support composition, and it's not panning out. Sendy with this lethality verse once again taking over, and sure, if the game goes into the 40 minutes orbital, sure, Ming will come back online. We've seen that before. But Weaver plays at a much faster pace, it feels like, than Brooklyn tends to.
anyone that's watched Weber, no Jexor is going to have a ball of a time, and that's going to bleed into the other lane. Same as you said with the spot lane. Same even with Zadox, who has had a relatively quieter game. We're going to see that explosiveness start to come online. Goku now on the wrong side. It's already going to happen. As you can see the collapse coming in here. Princeton doesn't even want to step in. You know you can get caught in a really rough situation. And you're already caught. You have no flash on the bot side. A stolen encore draws them into death. And the K-pop star themselves has to take a bow. What a chance for Weber to grab a kill off of Goku's rough positioning.
Yeah, it looked like the collapse was coming onto Weber
first.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay.
Fine.
Shades didn't land. Walp is fine.
Goku still wants this though.
What is happening right
goodness.
now? Goku is forcing Weber into another fight, by the way. This is absolutely not Weber's fault. Weber's like, bro, stop, Goku. We just want to do our grubs.
Well, partially it's Brooklyn trying to challenge them, and Goku will just brook no challenge to his reign in the mid lane right now. He's feeling himself. He hasn't even completed his first item orbital. Rod of Aegis has not been completed yet, and he's already doing this. Imagine what he's going to do later. Hook lands on Sam.
Imagine what he can do with a real weapon. We don't even have to watch because this feels like it's going to be death. The tether lands, but round of abilities will be up. Mother Goose might sacrifice themselves for the glory. But it's not going to land, and Goku just wanted to flash out a tower! The World Star says World Star! And tries to duke it out. You might fall for your troubles. It's still a good kill on the top side. Zack goes down again! Weaver are getting kills off camera and on.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There was so much attention onto Goku. It was a 3-person sort of gank, 3v2 with Mother Goose around as well. And sure, eventually you trade 1-for-1 mid, but the entire time, Weaver, they take the Void Grubs. They get 4 Void Grubs to their name. They gank the top side. They punish Phil, as you called out as well. And Weaver, they're just doing more with less right now.
And with this value, you've now already built yourself up a solid lead. We're seeing about a 4K difference right now. That should be enough in the itemization factor to also start pushing Weber into that accelerated pace that we've seen them do before. There is a tipping point, I always like to say, whenever some teams realize that they're ahead and they can start forcing the envelope, they can start getting a little bit crazy with their antics. Weber's threshold for that factor is much lower than most teams that I've seen. They love to get in your face as soon as they feel a little bit of value, and this is one of those. Again, Sam in the mid lane is being challenged no matter what you do. With Dragon coming up in a minute, Mother Goose on the roam, Weber are looking to find these kills, and Brooklyn have to be aware of it.
And what's really terrifying too is Mother Goose missed the hook. So Sam was not in danger of anything. Sam could actually just stand there and trade.
You don't miss that one. You 100% don't miss that one. Mother Goose said, come here, little one. You're going to be put to bed.
Oh, but I didn't expect Mother Goose to get that aggro on that play. But hey, I was going to highlight the fact that Goku just decides to trade on Sam and wins out that trade heavily. Great interrupt from Jexark. Once again, these body slams from Jexark, even last game, were absolutely on point. This game, when you're winning, jeez.
Oh, what a body block coming in from Mother Goose. I think Zadox is still going to go down, but it might have drawn enough. Encore lands, and it's going to be a 2-back. Goku now has to get over the wall, but you don't have flash, you don't have anything. And it looks like a little bit of the overaggression might be a little bit of their own downfall here. Brooklyn pick up 3, only losing their own jungler, and they get some much needed gold back. In the top side, though, Jexor just looking for the plates, gets 4 total, as Phil can do nothing but dance around.
But Jexor is taking more damage from turret than anything else. If he doesn't take those turret shots, he's actually fine with Phil's aggression onto him, and he will be able to continue pushing in, get those demolished procs on that turret. Bot side, what happened overall is much more interesting, and what didn't happen is also very interesting. Brooklyn win the fight. They don't go for the dragon, and that means, sure, it's a 1-for-3. There's a lot of gold to be picked up there, and they got it onto Huo, who will be a potential upfront damage burst source, but the dragon stacking still goes Weaver's way.
With that punch over the wall on that Friars, it is seen quite low. Walt might be able to clone over, but you're a little bit late. Now you draw Ming into a really bad spot. You do have Flash and Ghost get out, and you are safe. Looking for another Q to land, but you've drawn Walt into a dangerous spot. The Monkey King goes down, and everything just goes awry. Brooklyn just wanted to peek into the dragon, and they don't get either. And now they call down one of the dastardly souls to play for. It is Hextech Soul on the board.
Well, sirs in Brooklyn, do you have a license for that? You don't get to walk up there. Ming doesn't get to walk up the turret. We've seen this so many times where Sendy just nukes out the opposition. Chains of Corruption is now available as well. So Sendy did that without out. Princeton does not get to send up outside.
When you kill so fast that our observer can't follow, you know you're doing something right. You know that you're playing at such an aggressive pace, and we're gonna see what happens here. Phil realizing that towers actually do hurt. Yeah, they kinda suck. And Jaxor picks up their 4th solo kill of the game.
Oh, bro, you talk about that threshold, right, where teams start to run away with the game. Weaver is now 6k up, and they have long blazed past that threshold. Look at this aggression once again. Even with 3 members here, I feel like Weaver would still win a 2v3.
I think they're going to try. The arrow just goes wide. And honestly, you tried your best and put Sam in a tough spot. You do have Flash to get away. And Zadox denied that kill of their own. Weaver, just at this point, playing with their food. There is no dive that is too dangerous. There is no one too tanky to kill. And Brooklyn, there is no easy way to die.
No, and now Weaver, with Serpent's Fang on Sendy, by the way, I absolutely love that item, is about to rotate out of the lanes. It's not just Ming and Princeton who have to deal with that.
Oh
Jaxor
my God.
breaking blobby ankles right now.
You wouldn't think someone of Gragas' size would be able to dance, but that two-step is amazing right now. Jaxor is doing everything in the book to keep those 4-0 kills in their own pocket. There is nothing that's really challenging them at this point. And this Herald could be that piece of the puzzle that Weaver wants to start accelerating this ever further. As soon as we see Herald goes down, especially with how some of these teams like to play, we could see an inhibitor tower taken by, what, 18 minutes with it?
Potentially. I think that would be a little bit tough, though. I do think that Brooklyn can still stop that push from happening, but it will probably cost them lives most likely. We're seeing the setup in the mid lane. I'd love to see them just try and rush down the mid lane as much as possible with that Herald. Brooklyn are not winning their side lanes right now, neither mid nor top.
And Sam's doing their best, but this is also the point where Karma can't really do much more than start rotating into that glorified support position. You saw the empowered Q doing peanut damage, even with the Malignance in there. You don't really do much. That's why you're building second item for this move. You're just trying to help out the rest of the team. Good stun, though, on Jaxor as they do try and flash away. Wolf going to try and cycle in their way to victory. And Jaxor isn't really able to run, and you are dead. Now, is there any rebuttal here? Good Chain of Corruption lands over the wall, but Phil's going to run interference. And you get the knock up Encore. Is it going to extend? Yes, it actually does. Zaxor back into the fray. Though, you can't really follow. Ming is gonna try and run away, but Goku says we ain't done yet. Let me go. Super Sam gets one Encore right back, lands on the back line. He even caught Sam. Sam needs to run for the life as Sendy says you are dead. It is a beautiful revenge set up as Jaxor's life might fall, but Weaver find 3.
Orbital, the Encores were on point, but it was more a point for Weaver, unfortunately, and now they're just gonna push right in here. Sendy, we talked about how strong he was. That Serpent's Fang is doing work right now. I'm just the heel cut from Jaxor. If that was Prince as well, it would have just swung their way completely in. We are 18 minutes in, Orbital. It's such a stark contrast to last game where we went 40 minutes down to the wire between the two teams. Right now, it just feels like Weaver is waiting for Baron to spawn.
I think it was actually what? It was, I want to say 30 to 32 minutes before we even saw some of these towers going down in this fashion. I think we were sitting and waiting for a while until we saw an inhibitor tower go down. At this point, I'm expecting to fall in the next, 2. This is insane. Dragon, now coming up in 40 seconds, as you mentioned. And Brooklyn, quite literally, don't even look like they want to look that way. They're just trying to clear lanes. They're trying to prep their ways appropriately. Because the vision like this from Weaver is just too dang strong.
Yeah, and everybody on Weaver is really starting to step up and pull here. Wait, we talked so much about Jaxor in the laning phase, Sendy and other Goose. But yeah, Goku's online. Zadox now looking for flank positions as well. Has been a key part of this team and really finding the necessary picks.
I mean, this is an unfortunate sacrifice that you do have to give. Walt might be the next one on the chopping block. That's a flash forward. You did find Walt. Enough time to flash away, knocking out Zadox out of that secondary queue. We talked about the price to pay. You mentioned it way earlier on. There is a price to pay for fighting for these objectives. And at this point, it feels like 0, 7, and 0.
Dragon up and available at 19 minutes, Orbital. I think Weaver, the call is just go for Dragon. rotate right onto that Baron right after Brooklyn. They need a miracle, and it feels like they've got a lot of AoE, but they don't have enough damage, and so it has to be picture perfect CC layering on the key targets. But that's the problem, bro. Who's the key target on Weaver? Right now it feels like everybody except for Mother Goose needs to be shut down, and you just don't have that much damage to spend on everyone.
I would even put Mother Goose as a viable target. You need to catch Mother Goose because Mother Goose is catching you. And if you keep letting this Nautilus get in your face, you're kind of lost in the sauce. Everyone on Weaver's side, as you said, is that massive threat. So Brooklyn, quite literally, they're at that step 1 or a half step of the game. Get kills somewhere. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter who. Just start getting kills.
Yeah, I just don't know where they're going to look for it. And Weaver have done such a good job as well with their split push. Normally, you kind of group up to avoid getting picked on side lanes, but Goku is oddly tanky, and Sam just doesn't have damage that, as you pointed out before. And so that push has been so effective. Jexor versus Phil. I know we've harped on it a lot, but I got to go back to it because Phil is 0-7-0 right now. There's just no threat on Jexor. He's tanky while still having damage. Zadok's 1v1ing Whelp. Whelp is the most fed member on Brooklyn and just doesn't do anything. Oh, Ming.
In contrast, Ming is one of the least, and that is very, very evident. Might as well have been a caster minion. And now Goku's in a little bit of a tough spot, trying to stay alive. You do not have any summer spells, so you will go down, but it might have left time open. Zadok's not going to try coming from the side. Phil's going to try and keep Mother Goose away, but Sendy is more than alive.
Let's
Another
go!
dragon kick draws them to death. A good jump to a warden means Princeton is not running away. A piercing arrow does not land as Princeton is hauling butt to safety. Because the rest of the team is in a dire spot. Phil, the blob is annihilated, and you are gone. Princeton flashing away, dodging away from the sonic wave. And it looks like Jexor is going to get it with a barrel. A cast dodge away from, but you can't dodge an auto attack. An arrow lands from downtown, but it only stalls out the inevitable wall. Does not want to be here. Ignite is enough. As even though Weaver look lost in the sauce, they make spaghetti and say thank you very much.
Weaver just wanted to do Baron. That's all they wanted to do. You didn't have to do them like that. And unfortunately, Brooklyn looked for the pick onto Goku, and Goku made them regret it. Remember, anytime Goku dies, his buddy's always going to power up. That's just anime canon.
It really is true. And Goku has only revived 3 times, you know. That's only 3 times that they've had to do that. At the same point, Weaver, you're taking a look at their current status, and they don't even need Baron. Quite honestly, Baron is a safe route for them right now. Goku has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You can pick off anyone you want to and just run down the lane. They can end by brute forcing this if they truly wish to.
Well, that's true. But at the same time, I feel like Baron is actually not just a safe pattern, it is the win faster button. You take that?
Okay, that's a much better descriptor, I think.
Yeah, so if you're Weaver right now, I do think you just kind of fall back onto that Baron and take it right away. Look at the control they have. Brooklyn can't even walk into the jungle right now. By the time they actually respond to Baron, Baron should be almost gone, and at best they just hope for the Volt skill. But Weaver is not doing that so far. Instead, they are just kind of congregating around, doing the slow push on the side lanes, pressuring in. They might just be waiting for Dragon. This is Hextech Soul, and that too is potentially even a better accelerator than the Baron at this point in the game.
I mean, one of the main things is you're having trouble maybe catching Ming or some of these long chases. You get that slow, get that ability. Zadok's and Whelp literally playing a little different. That's Whelp needs a massive arrow. You may have played a little bit too much. Arrow back in return, as the original really doesn't do that much. Phil
the encore!
Encore lands on a few, but Sendy immediately cleanses that, meaning Weaver can fire away. There is no slowing this damage output. You have the raw power. Zadok dies in the back line, and he's going to take out that poor Singer. It's a quadra kill.
Give him the Penta!
Give it the Penta! Sam trying to chase for it. You're going to dive on the wall. A single Q is all you need. But Pentas are not given. They are earned. You're going to chase. You're going to land it. Did you get that kill? Roll it.
Is it?
Penta kill! Penta kill for Zadox!
In the grand finals, Orbital, Zadox, he's been the carry before. He'll be it again in his team. Gift wraps the Penta, gives it to him, and they will fall back, take the Hextech Dragon, take Baron to boot as well. Weaver are in commanding position in this game 2 of the grand finals.
I'm pretty sure I just broke my mic as well. My producer is furiously yelling at me to stop yelling as loud, but my God. If that wasn't a statement, because honestly, Brooklyn, they tried everything. Yes, well, probably shouldn't do a dance when you know the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is stolen by the opponent, but you were able to answer back. It was Princeton. Very nice encore. A decent one. They're actually just having no way they do something like this. Are they really just hunting around right now for kills? Is that what they're doing?
Ming is so
Ming.
dead.
Oh, Ming. QAQ. No, that's QQ. You're running for your life. And you're bounced back. Pixel. Perfect on that explosive cast. And now Sam is the next one on the chopping block. Zadok saying, yo, there's nothing. Tater Corruption lands on Phil. Phil is now dead. Continuing these blows. Encore, flash encore. What a pro gamer move. There is nothing that Brooklyn can do but chase for their own base. Another setup as Zadok's legendary Sam once again the last one alive, and it's another double for Zadok as Weaver push their way to a Game 2 victory.
Over what were we thinking? Accelerating the game? Weaver don't need that. What they need is more kills in the pocket, pad those stats, and they're able to do just that. What a clinic from Weaver. What a feast for the eyes when it comes to mechanics. And now Brooklyn is in trouble. After game 1, I was thinking Brooklyn's fine. They just need that little bit more. But now, after Weaver starts showing their stuff, after they change up their bans, I need to see something from Brooklyn in draft. I need to see something wild. Well, maybe not wild. Maybe just go back to standard team fighting, because this team comp they ran this time, it felt like too many eggs in the bot lane basket, which was not proven to be able to survive the lane.
It had a little bit too soft of a bottom there, and all the eggs fell out, and whether that was shoved off the side of the fence or not, that's, unfortunately how it goes. Weaver are now sitting here and saying, hey, we're in a really comfortable spot as well. For their own benefit, they really don't have to change anything. This is still in their own vein, but we have gotten word, RMC, Brooklyn have chosen blue side for this game 3. Ooh. We get to discuss it just a little bit. How is this going to change things up?
Well, I think for Brooklyn, I know they've got more in their pocket. So I think it's a question of what strategy they want to run for this game 3. And mentally, I think they need to forget that game 2 ever happened. For one, I think put Ming on something a little bit more supportive or a little bit safer. Don't put your eggs in that bot lane basket quite as much. I'd love to see Sam on carry again. The karma was good and it was solid. But I think Sam laning against Goku is kind of tough. Rather than trying to overwhelm Goku with a early game pick and play for someone else, give Sam a scaling champion. The Kassadin was epic in game 1, and it forced the ban in game 2. So again, Brooklyn have options. They knew it was going to be tough. Going into today, they knew that, hey, we've improved so incredibly much, but their mentality was still, this series is to prove how much we've grown. They proved it in game 1. They need to prove it here again in game 3.
Backs against the wall. Let's see what they can do. Weaver want to shut this one out, continue their reign of dominance with Dave. They've looked pretty dang good so far. We'll see if they can continue. We'll be right back with some more action. League of Legends, of course, here at the ECAC Grand Finals of the Super Elite Division. Please don't go anywhere. Alrighty, so game number 3. The tables have turned ever so slightly, or quite literally, as Brooklyn will be on the blue side to kick things off here. And if there's ever time to turn the tables, it is now. They need to get a victory. They now need to reverse sweep Weber to continue on and keep their chances alive at that crown at the end of the day. RMC, it's a tall task to ask for, though.
Yeah, and you have to break it down into its components, Orel. Before you can think about reverse sweeping and getting all 3, you got to think about winning this one and staying alive for the side of Brooklyn. As we've mentioned a couple of times now, Brooklyn has more strategies in their pocket. It's a question of what they want to opt for. And for Weber, you're in a great position. You're up 2-0, but the match isn't over yet. They were starting to play around a little bit at the end there. Going into game 3, though, Weber needs to make sure they reset and don't kind of go too far into that playful mindset.
See, the problem is I know they will do that. I've cast them before, and I've seen them mess around. What wasn't messing around was Flex were quite literally dominating that lane. After 1 kill, it's something. After 2, it's pretty big. After 3, things go wrong. To end the game and force your opponent to an 0-10 scenario, we have to admit that Zach has been figured out. It feels bad to say so. And with that piece of the puzzle done, it is, as we said, Brooklyn diving deep into the strategies. Let's see what happens now as Brooklyn on this blue side do have an opportunity to maybe even grab that Varus for themselves if Ming so wishes.
And overall, you mentioned the Zach, and that was one of the first 2 picks that Brooklyn went with on the red side every time. R1, R2 was Karma and Zach. So now that you're on the blue side, you get that sort of super high prio pick. I don't think Zach is the one that you necessarily want to pick. I think that is the pick you kind of go with where you're hiding the rest of your cards. My question is, do we still see the Karma prio? Because Karma mid for Sam really didn't work out, and I kind of don't want to see it again. Karma for Princeton would still be good. Or actually for Buffing, who's coming in. We have a player swap. Buffing is stepping in, and Buffing is the Enchanter player. So maybe you still want to prio that Karma for bot side, but I think the flex value has dropped.
That's another piece of the puzzle. We did mention that Ming and Princeton were having a lot of struggles in that bottom lane specifically. We were saying, hey, there are some problems. Sendy and Mother Goose are getting way too active way too quickly. Need to change things up here. Very understood. You go ahead, swap it out. That could be the main key breaker, so we'll keep eyes on that. Right now, Weber also may be thrown for a little bit of a loop. Do we want to go ahead and continue banning out these small pieces? Do we want to ban away? I think it was, my brain does not want to work on what that last ban was, but it doesn't matter because they actually have said, we don't want to give the Varus over. We will ban it away.
Yes, Fiora, I believe, which was actually kind of odd, and we'll see whether or not. I mean, Phil, it's his most played solo queue champion. But given the Zac priority here, I think you can kind of save that ban for second ban phase, and that's probably what they're thinking. The Varus ban is kind of weird though, Orbital, because I don't know if Ming would play the Varus. It doesn't feel like a champion that he's played anywhere near as much as the likes of Sandy. And instead, okay, we ban the Varus and we go for the Jinx. Keep in mind, we are on patch 14.7. I think it was the last patch or the patch before. IE got buffed. So Jinx indirectly got mega buffed, and she's one of the strongest AD carries on the patch.
That's why I also mentioned it. I think it was in game 2. I would have rather seen that Jinx come out here. I would have rather seen a much harder hyper carry. Granted, I don't think it would have made that big of a difference, but we have actually opted for a more aggressive bottom lane stance with that Nautilus. The Ezreal locked in that was banned away in game number 2. Surprising to say the least, but very excited to watch.
Yeah, and Karma Ezreal is a very oppressive bot lane. Even with the Nautilus, it's actually going to be quite hard to play into this because you do get poked out. And Ezreal has a small window where he is stronger than that Jinx. Usually when, you know, she's still sitting on that sort of one item, waiting for that 2-item power spike. Ezreal's build path is a little bit cheaper with the Sheen item and usually the Mirror Mana, as long as you can stack it fast enough. So Brooklyn feels like they have that bit of a power spike. They might even have a better bot lane this time, which has been a struggle so far in this series.
It's a trade of the top laner, so I'm really looking at that jungle mid right now. That is what we're tailored to. Whether that Karma is going to go in that bot lane or not, I know we're assuming that, but keep that in mind. It is still technically a flex. We'll keep that in the back of our mind if that changes. What doesn't change is also that Vi. As long as the jungler is still up and running, we do not want that to fall into Whalp's hands. And granted, Whalp has had a major impact even on the Wukong. Was trying to be active. Was he allowed to be active? Not really. So that's the big change up here. Darius still banned away, saying, okay, let's keep that out of their hands.
Yeah, and the other thing, I was wondering is if we see the Orianna ban, Orbital, because I feel like right now the two answers towards a Hyper 80 carry is either Vi to shut her down right away, and Jinx in this case, or Nocturne Ori, which is still up and available for the side of Brooklyn. Weaver have not yet locked in their mid laner. Do they just blind the Ori here? Should be great protection for Jinx as well as taking away that potential Nocturne Ori combo. Of course not. Zadox on his reset.
Yeah.
He did so well last game. Understandable.
Yes. Okay, Zadox, we understand. Keep going. But on the other side, with this Nocturne lock-in, if it is, I mean, I think this signals to us exactly what you were talking to us, RMC. I mean, we also have amazing ball delivery systems outside of the Nocturne. It is going to be hammered in. That's a mess with us, I think. I think the players are even messing with us on a mile and a half. If this is Ahri, I'm going to cry. I would actually be very, very sad.
Yo, I said Ori, not Ahri! Okay. That's an interesting choice overall, because Ahri does not give you the dive, or does not set up the Nocturne quite as well. And Nocturne by himself might not actually have enough damage to finish off the Jinx. Anytime you face a Jinx, you have to be able to take her off the table. And with the Ahri locked in, Weaver have locked a hard counter to this pick. Lissandra, who can match the wave shove, can actually out-shove you potentially once she gets a bit of damage under her belt. And with that Frozen Tomb, Ahri's mobility is utterly irrelevant.
Listen, even our producer said, I don't believe that's Ahri. That's a Lilia in the mid lane. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Where's it? Okay, there it is.
No, that's Lissandra's side.
That's on the other side. I don't know. We're messing around. It doesn't even matter. It's crazy. We are seeing some of these changes, and honestly, if Brooklyn are able to get the dub on this, very impressive. I understand they can get the dub. Don't get me wrong. We've seen them in game number 1. It's just the Ahri. It seems interesting. We would like to see that Orianna along the side. Yeah. The other side of things, gotta go back to that top lane. Jexor and Phil, literally same matchup 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and Jexor won it handily the last time. So I'm very curious to see if Phil can adapt to this, or what they can do to maybe change that. Maybe help ganks topside a little bit more, because last game, topside was effectively an island. But overall, I want to talk about compositions a little bit for these teams. Because, yeah, for the side of Brooklyn, we had set up this dream of, the Ori Nocturne combo, shutting down the Jinx. You've got Ezreal, Karma can kite back. Well, they don't have that anymore. Instead, Ming and Buffing will still be playing as a 2-man unit in the back, kind of kiting, poking out a lot of things. And then now it's Phil, Whelp, and Sam who are diving in, and they will need to dive together. Because if anybody goes in alone, Goku's Lissandra is going to shut them down. But if you're all going at the same time, Goku can only peel so many people. So it's a higher difficulty of execution composition from Brooklyn to shut down the Jinx. But if it plays well, they will have potentially more damage threats to play through. As for Weaver, you've got a Jinx. It's a protects the Jinx composition. Your Lissandra is there to peel. Your Nautilus is there to peel. And then Zadox is your bridge to that late game.
Zadox could be the bridge or the gatekeeper. One or the other. We've seen what happened in game number 2. We've seen the menace that you can become. In the early stances, though, I am also curious. Goku running a little bit more safe rune options, went for that Arcane Comet. I think we've seen some differences. If you do wish to really combo with your jungler, you can go for that large huge, have that heavy impact behind it. This does signal that you're looking more for poke, keep Sam on the back foot, be that pain in the butt.
Yeah, and again, your job as Lissandra this game for Goku is not to be necessarily the hyper carry for your team. It's not about putting out damage. It's about CC, and therefore, the ability haste that things like Presence of Mind gives you in the sorcery tree is more beneficial, I think, rather than the domination tree, which is really just all about that damage.
Zadox just chilling out, farming it up, and I mean, at this point, it's the same song and dance that we've seen before. Jexor and Phil, literally on a knife's edge.
Part of me kind of wants to say we've seen this matchup before, no point watching, but just a reminder, we missed like 4 kills last game from that top side. So part of me does want to see how these kills are raining down. I think they came around the level 5, level 6 mark, so probably a little bit too early to look at the top lane.
We'll give it a time and a half.
Before first blood.
No, no. Okay. It's because he's on red side. Jexor. Oh my God, Flash! Phil is so aggressive for no reason right now, and I love it.
The potential was there, bro. You saw how low Jexor got. So I like the idea. Now flashes are down for both top laners. There's no more margin for error. Whoever screws up is dead to right. Zadox just barely able to sneak the scuttle away and will spot both on this bottom side.
it's gonna be okay. Wallop is just saying, yo, I'm not worried. I'll keep kind of roaming my way in. Once I hit level 6, I can really start influencing those lanes and being that pain in the butt. Sam, now in the mid lane, getting a nice charm, and something that they weren't really allowed to do. Remember, this is a little bit of a shift up. Sam grabbing Goku's Ari from before, saying, hey, this is how you hit a charm. This is how you play this champion.
Hey, to give credit to Goku, he was winning the lane up against the Kassadin. Sam just did a great job farming. This game, though, you're right. Sam is winning out this lane really, really well. Both lands onto Ming, but with Flash, with Arcane Shift.
Oh, wow.
Right? There shouldn't be kill threat. Right?
Ming opted to not get hit by the traps and instead ate a lot of damage, but Mother Goose on the back end, realizing that there was burst potential. A final Q gets it. What a tether from buffing. The replacement, the secondary coming in here, saying thank you very much.
You've got to give credit to buffing, because you've seen a lot of Princeton Sandy in trouble. Under turret, the dive is clean! And a 2v1 dive. Flash, just for celebration from Buffin right there. Let's talk Buffin. Because Buffin isn't just a sub for this Brooklyn team. He's the 6th man on this team. Princeton is their engaged player, buffing their enchanter player, and they wanted to set Ming up for a bit more success this game. They decided, forget the engage. We'll get that from Phil. Let's try and buff Ming up to be able to carry a bit better, and that's why buffing is in this game on this Karma.
It's scary to say, Ming has had difficult times in game 1 and 2. We saw the punishment that could rain down in game 1 specifically. It was the Xayah that was heavily targeted throughout the game. Even in game 2, it was the Ashe that was having struggles. Now on one of the most mobile champions, and granted 2 early kills on a champion that quite literally doesn't need that much gold to do a whole lot of damage. You've just been propped up into the mid game, what feels like at a very fast rate.
Well, was sat in the corner, but we've got to look back topside because Jexor is in trouble mid lane.
Nope, can't talk about it. Zadok's coming in, roaming in. Lissandra, one of the key jumpers there. Whalp, though, found a surprising kill on the Jinx, and now Mother Goose and Zadok's trying to run away, but you can't. You don't have your ADC. And Whalp, once again, grabs the kill, assists to give Ming their 3rd.
Yeah, and Whalp actually sat in the Dragon Pit, waiting for Sendy or Mother Goose to go and drop a ward to go and check it, and that's what started that fight on the bot side. And now Sendy and Mother Goose are both down to death. Jexor able to find the kill. He's got no mana though, so I don't know if you can kill Phil fast enough.
Nope, at this level, I think I remember it was, okay, no, the barrel came up just in time. I was wondering if there was mana for the barrel. It was very low, and that's the other part of it. Phil, in the previous turns, was like, maybe I can live, maybe I can get out of there. This time, no.
Yeah, the turret shot really helping out removing one of those blobs from the get-go. Let's go back to the bot side, though, because Sendy and Mother Goose are now down 0 and 2, both of them. So Ming is greatly accelerated. This bot lane does not get easier for the Jinx and Nautilus. And we said before, there's a very clear power spike for Ezreal where he is stronger than the Jinx, and that is his 2-item power spike, while Jinx has not completed. That is going to extend even further now, Orbital. So where Brooklyn has been struggling the bot side in the last 2 games, that should not be the issue. And it's a question of whether Weaver can play without their bot side being strong.
I mean, it's just turned into that situation because we say, can you play without one of quite literally the core pieces that you have drafted around? That's a tall ask. You have to sit there and go, probably not. It's playing without a Jinx and a Jinx-centered composition. That's going to be difficult. We've seen them get out of worse, yes. But with Walt now level 6, this possibility of finding advantages, Zadox, who has been very influential at points, is also up about, I want to say, 3 camps over Whalp. You can have influence, but now you're going to be pretty much tethering in Whalp into these engages. However, the dive itself is just that much stronger. Raw Burst comes out here as Whalp is going to run interference once again, helping to gift another kill. It doesn't matter if you die, it matters that Ming gets the kill. Yes, you'll sack buffing, but again, the damage has been done. 5-0.
Yeah, and you called it, right? It's the fact that Ming is picking up all the kills right now. 3,911, highest on the Rift by almost 1,000 over Zadox and Goku. Both have been so active on the map, and even though the Brooklyn comp might not be centered around the Ezreal the same way the Weaver comp is around Jinx, we already said Ming and buffing as a 2-man unit is going to be a huge part of this game. Now, they're so accelerated, all the dragons should go the way of Brooklyn. There should be no contest here, and as that second Drake spawns, normally that's when we teams start skirmishing. I don't want to see that from Weaver. Just you know, kind of swap Dragon for Void Grubs, take the 6 Void Grubs instead.
And those Void Grubs maybe get a little piece of the action. These lanes have not been pressured as much in games number 2 and 1. I believe we saw multiple plates going down. We saw a grand total top lane. I think at one point it had 4 down. Some of the towers fell earlier on. Gotta agree. These Grubs might be the play here if they do challenge. It would be a big danger factor, and Ming could end up at that wonderful 7, 8 kills even if being fed properly. Needs to say though, on the bot side, buffing. Trying to get a little bit of a piece, but with that ward, it's a little bit of a problem. Now Sendy has to run away. Another Q lands, and Mother Goose is going to try and run interference, but the arcade shift forward means Sendy is so low, and Sam is going to wrap right in. Yes, Sendy will be able to live. No! The True Shot Barrage line them up like bowling pins. It's 6 and an assist total to me.
And it's the Essence Reaver. Over the fact that Ming completed an item already, Sam might be in trouble. Has no flash, but with the backup from bot lane, I don't think Goku and Zadox want any of this.
Guess what's almost up? RMC, the paranoia is real.
Oh, jeez.
And I think Zadox and Goku realize that you can't challenge. Number 1, when Ming is this strong, you can't challenge when Paul can enter the fight at any point. Buffing. What a read. Thankfully, with that sweeper, found the body of Zadox. I don't even think they would die even if that did land, though.
No, I think actually Zadox might still go down in that particular situation. And overall, prior to this, I was still thinking maybe Zadox gank spot side to try and stabilize it. That window is closed. If Zadox gank spot right now, it's just more kills the way of Ming. You need 4 people in this bot lane, I feel like, to shut down this Ezreal Karma duo. And for Weaver, that's a lot of investment. So where do you go from here? Because Zadox was ahead originally. Jexor was ahead. Do you stay on this top side? Can they be enough to carry through the mid game?
Oh no, they're gonna try. However, that fight back, as we said, the kick doesn't connect on Sam's life. So it looks like Walt might be the only one to fall here. Charm able to slow things down, but he gotta dodge away from that kick. Zadox reads wrong, but still lands the Q and is able to follow up. Double kill to that least, but another True Shot Barrage! It doesn't matter that you got 2 kills, it matters that Ming gets the kill. Zadox, I love you, man. I love the fact that you're on a rampage, but your bot lane is spiraling out of control.
Great, yeah. Weaver's winning top side, but the bot side is on fire right now. God-like for Ming. 7-0-1, and what a turnabout in terms of their performance so far. Sam looking for Zadox. Zadox just ended up leashing the Void Grubs for the side of Brooklyn. We already said Dragon belongs to Brooklyn, and apparently so do the second set of Void Grubs.
And this is impressive, RMC. Remember in game number 1, we saw the likes of Weaver stepping up and fighting hard, and then Brooklyn also stepping up and fighting. Even though the gold's even, it feels like Brooklyn have a much better handle on a lot of these fights. Granted, it's because Ming is playing at such a stellar level, being fed kills and now opting into a lot of these strong trades. It just feels like they are playing at a much more proactive pace. They feel much more confident in the current situation. Even though Weaver are in a good state, even though they're tied in gold, I really, really feel like they're going to start feeling the pressure here. Like, it just doesn't feel in their control.
Sure. It's funny because I even look at the gold overall because it just felt like Brooklyn's bot side was just so overwhelmingly powerful. And that's kind of the problem because for the rest of the Brooklyn composition, as long as your Ezreal Karma is strong enough, the rest of it doesn't need to carry as much. Hope can be cleanup rather than initiate. Sam on this RA can also, once again, be more cleanup, kiting around because it's on Weaver now to collapse in on this Ezreal Karma. And when you look at their engage options, we were looking originally at Mother Goose to do it, but Mother Goose is so far behind that I'm not afraid of the Nautilus engage. You're going to be starting the fight 4v5 because Nautilus goes in. Goose is not coming back out.
Goose has a one-way trip to death. And that's going to be a problem. That is going to be a nice glacial tomb, and that's Sam trying to chase away, but with the paranoia, you are in the dark, and you've actually turned it around. Brooklyn are able to get that kill. Ming is still alive as well, and now comes the slaughter. Sam gets Mother Goose. Death reigns above. Even Goku doesn't have the damage. The shields are too real. Buffy says, gimme those assists. Sendy is out, but it's 3-0 for Brooklyn.
And it feels like Weaver did everything right. Orbital, these snap engage from Zadox and Goku. Great Mother Goose creating the zoning, but it wasn't enough. The shields, the heal was enough to keep Ming alive throughout all of that. And that 7-0 for Ezreal is a problem. It does not get any easier here for Weaver. If anything, it gets harder. And Orbital, it's 13 minutes in, but why does it feel Like we're at 20 minutes when Baron's a threat on the board, when it feels like Brooklyn is throttling out Weaver.
Because I think that was the last chance Weaver have had at killing either Ming or Sam. I hate saying that. I really, really do. But that fight showcased something that I don't think Weaver are going to enjoy. As soon as I say that, though. As soon as I freaking say that. What is wrong with me? What is wrong? I'm so sorry, Ming. You were doing so well.
The caster curse is still well and truly alive, bro. Your power is a deep and great one that I cannot match, and that's huge for Weaver. They very much need that was necessary for them because this top side's still doing fine, right? Goku and Xerox, we saw them win out against Sam and Whelp, so it's really about this bot lane. If Sendy can kind of stabilize it or at least stop the hemorrhaging from happening, that's when I think Weaver have a pretty decent shot.
I mean, they're gonna give it a shot. Whelp dives right into the fight. Goku trying to get into the mix as well, but getting feared and having Glacial Tomb themselves leaves them open to a little bit of raw damage, and Buffy is here again! Ming is a freaking sniper right now, helping out the team from afar, from a screen away, even with that paranoia. It's just as secure, more dubs. Brooklyn, they do not lose a single member in that team fight alone, and Weaver are left crying.
Again, it just feels like when Buffing and Ming are there, they just win the fight. In fact, we keep talking about Ming. You know what, Orbital? Maybe we need to talk about Buffing, because we've seen Ming play with Princeton. This is not the same Ming, and the only thing that changed was Buffin coming in, played that karma. We saw Princeton's karma game one. It was solid, but it just feels like somehow with Buffing, Ming on this Ezreal is doing so much more comfortable. Buffing is clutching off these shields right now.
It makes me so happy. Honestly, Buffing, helping out so much, really rounding out this team, and it seems to have thrown Weaver for a little bit of a loop. Dower going down in that mid lane. Brooklyn, the first ones actually get that major mid lane objective. Bot side had fallen a little bit ago, I think. So, you know, a little trade here and there, but it does open up the map. Brooklyn now have a chance to kind of do whatever they want and go ahead swinging into the top side, maybe get some more gold, or just keep in the mid lane. Go ahead and keep gathering up, looking at that, I believe it's quintuple digit gold. I mean, I say that, it's still about 2.5 off, but I'm sure Ming can get like 3 more kills, a lot of CS, and happily hit that 5-digit gold.
And you mentioned putting Ming in the mid lane with Buffing there. I actually quite agree with that, Cole. Normally when you take that turret down, you want to rotate your AD carry out to the side lanes. 1, because they're still standing gold, that's easier to take, and 2, because it's safer. But with Whelp in your back pocket, look at the gold there, because Whelp is actually caught up somehow on this Nocturne. It means that if you try and gank the mid lane, it's the easiest lane for Whelp to reach from anywhere on the map. So that will never be a 2v2 or a whatever v2. You always have 3 people effectively in that mid lane with Paranoia.
It's just a huge piece of the puzzle, and I was one that was slightly disagreeable with this RA pickup, and even with Goku trying to get this route, I just don't see it being a kill threat. I have to give credit that Brooklyn are playing very, very well with this different situation, and that's the easy cleanup. This is going to be Whelp. It doesn't matter if you're in the Glacial Prison. It's a charm, it's a fear, it's a death. Goku is down as Sam is on a killing spree.
Beautiful timing on Sam. Hit perfect. No, even if Goku had flash, it wouldn't have mattered. And now it feels like the one winning lane Orbital for the side of Weaver. It's Jexor, but isn't really winning.
It's definitely not the 4-0 Jexor that we saw earlier. Phil maybe has adjusted to that gameplay of game number 2 as well. Zadok's now trying to trade it out, which I think you're able to. Gets a kickoff, sets up for the Q, and you get the shutdown. But the problem is still that Zadox is the one getting all the kills. Yes, you're 7.5k in. Sendy also 7.5. It still feels like only pieces and scraps handed back to Weaver's side.
Yeah, actually didn't need to take a look. There we go. Sendy with the Kraken Slayer completed. Okay, good. So not static shift. It is still that sort of 2-item power spike that we're looking at. Sendy is doing a great job trying to funnel as much gold into this Jinx as much as possible. And when that 2-item spike comes through, that's when I expect to see Weaver actually start playing the game, playing the map, and actually having some sort of presence other than Zadox trying to avoid ganks and find isolated picks.
I love the fact that you dislike the static shiv build. You're just like, oh, thank God, no static shiv first item. Thank God.
Well, the whole idea of static shiv on champions like Jinx was actually just as a way to clear as many waves as possible and just funnel as fast as you can. It wasn't actually great at combat, and there were champions who used it really well for the poke. Jinx was not one. So I'm very glad they kind of nerfed the wave clear aspect of it, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing Jinx fall back to that Kraken's there. And now Runan's completed 2-item Power Spike Orbital for this Dragon. I think Weaver might be able to actually fight for it. I don't know if they'll win it, but they won't auto lose just by being so far behind.
It is now a you might lose instead of you probably will lose. I'm sorry. They're still dancing in the palm though. Wolf says, hey, that's perfect. Paranoia coming in. It's a massive TP play. Two-shot for Larage. He's on all 5 members, and Sendy is still alive, but you're on low. You're on lights. What you have to run. Blast goes, leave Mother Goose alone and dead. And it's Brooklyn again to find the kill. Zadox trying to dance away, trying to turn around. Might get the kill, but you're charmed. Sam with the clutch charm secures their life, and it's 3-0 again for Brooklyn.
You know what, Zadox? I salute you for that play. You knew you were dead. You almost took Sam down with you, but let's talk about what that means. For one, Brooklyn are going to be able to pick up the Dragon uncontested. Sole point for them. A Chemtech Drake, not necessarily the scariest thing, but the tenacity it gives you is going to be very valuable, because now Phil and Whelp might well be unstoppable when they start diving the back line. And in that fight, Sendy just got chunked so incredibly quickly. We had concerns about not having the Orianna to instant burst with the Nocturne, but with Whelp ahead, and that's why the tenacity matters, when Whelp is ahead and able to kind of punish, if Sendy can't stand and deliver, all the gold in the world doesn't matter, because you can't leverage any of it in the fight if you're not at the fight.
I think that's that rides right up there with you can lay out the damage, you're just not dead. it's kind of vibe right there.
Basically, yeah.
It's too real.
You're not there.
It's too real. It's too real. We're seeing these charms come out now as Brooklyn, you're at a stage in the game where you should actually feel very confident in your own play. You're up a decent amount of gold. You have 3 dragons to your name. You're literally in Weaver's spot. You can almost start thinking like Weaver. How do we want to start accelerating this game? How do we want to start putting this game into our own pockets? One of those ways is hopefully Phil not going down here. You know you're really challenged. There it is. In goes the Paranoia, and down goes that Jexor. No, Jexor is still alive. Two-shot barrage still not landing on anything, but Phil has the extra heals. Look at the healing from the blobs. Jexor is on the wrong side of the map as in comes Sam to help out. A charm draws Mother Goose in, and this is a chase that Weaver wanted. They tried to dive the top side. Instead, it's going to result in multiple deaths. Another punch from Ming as it's only Goku alive. Might as well go for the ace. Try and dive him in the backline. It will be, as Goku will fall. Yes, you took one, but the price is an ace.
Overall, you asked, and Brooklyn delivered. You wanted them to play aggressive. You wanted them to look like the way Weaver was accelerating the pace of the game, and they did just that. A tower dive, not the cleanest, but it didn't have to be with the wallets that they had. They find the clean ace, and they're going to fall back onto this bear and pick this one up, and this is where Brooklyn College can really look to accelerate, especially with an Ezreal Karma, who are so good at poke. Rocket comes across, buffing, tanks it, but look at that heal.
The Empower W, and you know, it wasn't exactly as clean as they would like. Phil did fall in that engage. Sam also fell in that top side. There were little pieces that were there, but for Brooklyn's side, I think anything in this game has given them a huge ray of hope. They have sat through game number 2. It was a devastating loss. It was a powerful one. And I think the one that I do want to point out is Phil has had a much better time this time around. Hasn't died multiple times in a row. Has had a lot more impact, 1, 3, and 8. Whether that be because the rest of the team has really helped out in securing that advantage, it's just been good. A huge drawback as Goku has to claw their way out. But I'm really liking kind of this step up, this improvement from Brooklyn as they take another tower in the middle.
Fortunately, I feel like that means that we're likely to see should Brooklyn close this one out, which they should. I think we see another game with Zach Rockets, because it kind of works out both ways, right? They're fine with both sides of the matchup. Dragon's Rage has to be used by Zadox just to disengage, and have they found Sam?
Sam's not really caught as long as you have the Spirit Rush, and this just feels like cleanup that felt like the last desperate attempt at the life of Sam, and Sam is more than alive. Brooklyn clean it up inside of the base of Weaver. They lose no one. No one falls. Inhibitor towers are still up, but it's an ace for Brooklyn as they push through this mid.
There's no minions, Orbital. They can't push the head right now.
They're trying their hardest right now.
Yeah, they're cutting the wave. They're speeding up. All the prep work has been done, but it's only 10 seconds till Goku and Mother Goose are back up 15 for Sendy. So Weaver might still be able to hold. The rocket is ready and available for Sendy as well, so Phil has to be a little bit careful if they do want to stick around. But now they play safe. Brooklyn looks to reset.
And guess what's up in 45 seconds, RMC? Guess what's up in 45? There is, for the first time, Weaver staring down the face of a soul point that is not theirs. Considering how the first 2 games went, that should be a shock to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Weaver was on Dragon Lock the entire time, and again, it feels like it comes back to this bot lane. Because Sendy and Mother Goose didn't win for the first time this series. Ming and Buffing crushed the bot side. Our observer pointing out that they missed 1 ward, so there might be a flank option. But where's Jexor? So far away.
Oh my god. I honestly thought Wolf was going straight to the back line. Sam is the one to go straight to the back line. Set it up for the rest of the team. Phil wants to fill in this victory sheet. And they are going to dive to the back. Resets upon resets upon resets. And it's a triple kill for Phil, who is nothing but a menace in the top lane. 5, 3, and 11. Screw that last dragon. Get that dub on the board. Brooklyn stand tall off the back of Ming's immaculate performance with Buffing as that support. And it will be a game 4 scenario as RMC. We have a series.
Well, bro, we did say Brooklyn had more cards up their sleeves, and it looks like they picked the right one here, able to fire back in a huge way. This was not a close game, Orbital. It was pretty darn one-sided. Brooklyn with this bot side, and for Weaver, first time this series, they're going to be on the back foot. They have to make some changes to their bans and or their pick order. For one, I think going back to the red side for Weaver could be huge, because it's the first time they're playing the blue side, or pardon me, other way around. I got it backwards, didn't I? Weaver was blue, and red. So yeah, they want to go back to the blue side for Weaver again. I think the Varus pick is so incredibly strong for them, and having to ban it, not having it, and having to put Sendy on the Chinks instead really did backfire this game.
So either in the next game, we have 100% win rate on the blue side, or we get ourselves a game 5. One way or another, we are going to have a freaking amazing time here, as Brooklyn have already shattered our expectations here. Very excited to see what more can happen here in the grand finals. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Game 3 was not the end. We are here with a game number 4, and there were some exciting moments. Once again, Weber tried to kick things off pretty heavy in games 1 and 2, which was great. Game 3, they rolled around with the jinx. And then Ming and Buffing came along, and that bot lane went wildly different.
Yeah, Buffing really making the difference that Brooklyn needed. And I like the adaptations in their draft as well, right? They didn't all in on Ming. It did become the Ming show, but there were other options. And then I want to highlight Sam's Ahri play. I think his Ahri was really, really clean. I was very concerned when it was the Ahri and not the Orianna combination. But the agency the Ahri had, I think, had a lot more impact, especially with the way the game ultimately snowballed. But overall, into game 4. Step 1 of the reverse sweep was completed. Now Brooklyn need another 2 more, but they've got another roster swap coming through. For reasons unknown to me, Phil has stepped out, and we've actually got Princeton, the original starting support, filling in the top lane. And unfortunately, Princeton is not a top lane main. So this one's going to be a little bit interesting.
And the fact of the matter is, you also took out Phil at, I think, one of the best turns we've seen throughout a series. I personally love watching players who decide to, or I wouldn't say decide, but are able to step up to the challenge. And quite honestly, if I were playing in a series and I had a 6th player on my back roster, after game 2, I probably would have been subbed out if I was there. If I was 0-10, the fact that Brooklyn kept them in was very impressive. It feels bad, and I'm very scared that that is the kind of piece that broke the camel's back. Brooklyn not playing with their regular top laner. We'll have to watch and see how it goes. Weaver, though, back on the blue side, and Shaco once again banned out. Hui still there.
And we've seen Brooklyn primarily ban the Hui, the Ergot, the LeBlanc consistently throughout this series. They've changed up their drops, not their bans. But this game, I think now on the red side, they know the winning formula. Remove the Varus away from Sendy, and then let's see what else Sendy has in his back pocket, especially on the blue side, because they have first pick. You do have to ban it on the side of Brooklyn right now. And for Weber, I actually want to see them change up their bans a little bit as well. I'd love to see a ban targeted at the Ezreal for Ming, because it was so incredibly effective.
And the fact that they picked it up early, I think it was in the first round.
Okay.
Other side of it, I think this is okay as well. The Karma, again, with buffing, so powerful. And granted, we were on the hinge of, was it actually Ming or was it buffing? And we were leaning at the end into buffing, just being that mainstay player. The Varus ban away, though, do agree. And Weber with that check saying, yo, that bot lane, the problem was the Karma. It was not the Jinx pick. But that's the lock-in that I was scared of right there.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking the Ezreal is more impactful, because there are other supports you can still pair with that Ezreal. Things like Lulu, things like Soraka, things like Yumi orbital. And yes, Yumi is very annoying. Yes, she got nerfed a little bit, but she still wants the best pairings with that Ezreal. For now, though, we do see Brooklyn kind of just going back to what worked for them in their last drop. The Ahri that we mentioned for Sam was very, very useful. It gets locked in right here, and Goku, not liking the Sandra matchup. He had very little agency outside of just shutting down a single target, but he couldn't kill the target. Talia is able to do much more, but the matchup is not quite as easy. It's much more of a skill matchup between Talia and Ahri.
Unless that goes into that jungle piece, and I mean, I'm saying that because it could technically flex in there, and I don't want to, and we've seen some picks go awry. We're going to leave it open to interpretation, though. Depending on how the second round goes, that'll be the big, really like key factor that we have to watch with it. Not only so, this is Weber running a
yeah.
So this actually tracks, again, we mentioned Princeton stepping in. We don't know what their champion pool is specifically with top lane, and if there is a champion that you're going to run that is just kind of like mind-numbing, don't do anything crazy, it would be the Malphite, but it does force that Silas ban.
Okay, I actually really like this Malphite pick right now for the side of Brooklyn. One thing we should note is their drop has changed a lot with Princeton coming in instead of Phil. They don't have that flex pick with the Karma and Zac that they were using so effectively throughout the series. Everybody, we know their roles. But the Malphite is not something you can really counter, right? Because you pick the Malphite not to win the lane, you pick it for the unstoppable force onto Sendy. And there's no way to protect Sendy if the only way, I guess, is a Tahm Kench. But you've already seen the Nautilus picked up right now. So literally, Sendy, flash or die.
That's it. That's literally it. Still targeted into that jungle, though. Walt, who has also seen a very rise to prominence, very powerful Nocturne that was there, still banning away the Vi. This is now 3-4 games in a row, I think, that we've seen the Vi banned out in the second round. And if we do reach a game 5, I'd be very interested to see if Brooklyn actually opt to give Walt that adjustment. At the current moment, though, this is another of those supportive champions, and you are going to opt for this Janna. The only thing is, the only one they're really going to be stopping is that Nautilus. I have some reservations about Janna. There's the Gragas, though. We've seen it before, and it is great against an armor picker-upper like the Malphite.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick, this Shanna, because she's great into engage compositions, but right now Weaver have that range advantage. Even with the Gragas Viego, Gragas is still partially a poke champion with the barrels as well, and his engage is not committal engage. The explosive cast, for example, is not something you can monsoon. You're dragged into them, right? And whoever gets picked, if it's not the Janna, the monsoon won't have that much of an effect. The Viego, sure, but again, he's a reset champion. He's there for the burst and run away. If you disengage, it helps him. Orbital, I can see you're excited with that hammer, with that lock in for Whelp. Another champion who can go dive in the backline. It's not the Nocturne of Eye, so it doesn't have as easy access, but likewise, no CC is going to stop this Olaf.
And I love it. Whelp has had that kind of momentum moving forward and has always had the, you know, the right understanding of where to be at the right time. The Shaco, like these are champions, Shaco, Nocturne, and everything like that. You do have to find that right moment. You do have to have that little piece in there that says, I need to know exactly where to go. And Olaf is the one that I think exudes that the most. You only have one option on Olaf. Run at them. So you have to know your angles. You have to know your entry points. And I think Whelp is one to really put that forward. But we are in the game here. Battle lines drawn for Weaver, but for Brooklyn, a 4-stack around there. Really hoping someone walks in.
Yeah, that's a defensive stack with the Ezreal, with the Janna. They're not necessarily the best level 1 style champions, likewise with the Malphite. Okay, we got the Musketeers last time. What do we see this time?
That's a dragon.
Oh, so there's no animal. It's just a rock.
Yeah, it's just a rock. Have you never really explored Summoner's Rift?
No, I look at the champions, and honestly, with Malphite in the game, I thought that was enough rock for me.
Hey, that's one. This one, I think, is that a kill tally right there? Is that actually what that is? I think that's a kill. That's actually really funny. Now I gotta go back and look.
Brother,
myself.
You're asking the wrong person. I'm a minion. I stick to my lanes.
That's true. That's true. You're not allowed to diverge, and if you are, you're a Nico in disguise. That's all that is right there. So, wandering into this one, we are seeing, once again, the junglers on the top side. But the one we do want to watch is this mid lane. It is Goku on that Talia, which we did field in different directions, but this is a direct counter to the Ahri now. And Goku, in their own right, really hasn't had that all-star impact that we've somewhat thought about of a world-class player.
Okay, so let's talk about the Talia Ahri matchup, because in the past, I used to think it was a hard counter too. But I've noticed a lot of pro players actually opt into the matchup as the Ahri. They kind of don't care. So, sure, the Unraveled Earth does put a stop to Ahri's spirit rushing around, but at the same time, she can just rush around the Unraveled Earth. So, it does become a bit more of a skilled matchup where Ahri is restricted a little bit, but likewise, with that mobility, it's actually very hard for Talia to land her abilities onto it. So, that's kind of the advantage of the Ahri side of the matchup. And I think a lot of it will come down to sort of zone control. Can you put Sam in a position where you can't rush around? Because I don't think that Talia by herself is necessarily the hard counter that she perhaps was thought to initially be.
I think that's fair. And once again, this is also Goku and Sam. I know I put a little bit of pressure down on Goku earlier, but that I also think it's just because Weaver have also very stellar players in the early game. I just want to see Goku have a really good game and have a lot of fun with it. I want to see that Talia pop off. Princeton on the top side, though, going on a little bit of a beatdown as Jexor watches as the flash goes in and still holding their own. Princeton now on the losing side of that trade. You weren't able to pull the flash out of Jexor.
Princeton was actually very, very lucky. He was the edge of the minion tether range, so the minions didn't snap aggro to him for going after Jexor like that, or else the minions could potentially have maybe even killed him because the flash is down. Well, being chased out of his own jungle.
Wow.
Flash is
very nice stun. Very, very nice. You force the flash out of Whelp, and all of a sudden we're right back. What feels like game number 2 domination at the, well, I wouldn't say full domination, but at least massive overwhelming strength, poking its head every so often for Weaver.
And part of that I put down to not having that karma for Buffett. Janna is not a great pushing support. She can use the tornadoes to push if she wants to, but it's very telegraphed and it does leave her vulnerable to engage, and that's why we're not seeing Buffing kind of do that. And without that pressure, it's not so much about Sendy and Mother Goose dominating Ming and buffing in the 2v2, getting the kills, getting turret damage. It's more about the pressure they're able to exert to back up Zadox on these sort of invades, to shut down Whelp, who is potentially the biggest late game threat to this Jinx.
With that being thought of, Zadox going out, getting a slight camp lead. gonna try their best, as it's almost a mirrored by the way. Valve and Zadox do have very similar item pathing, and so I'll be very curious to watch how it goes down. Not exactly the Kraken Slayer build, but still, double long swords for both of them mean that they are able to duke it out if they so wish. In the bottom lane, though, this is the other side. Buffing taken quite low, but it is that first blood over to Ming. And this is going to happen again. What a challenge. Yes, we traded back, but still, this is now a repeat of game 3 almost.
Yeah, the first blood was just icing on the cake over. The fact that Ming takes out Sendy means that Sendy can't farm the wave. Sure, even if Mother Goose picks it all up, your support compared to the AD carry with Ming taking that one up. Well, able to just barely secure the scuttle and get away. Question mark? No flash on him.
There's no flash, and with the early rotate out of Jexor's, there's nothing that can really be done. And granted, you don't really have a secondary damage dealer. Another flash axe coming out from the ghosted Olaf of Zadox. Princeton eats one more. This will be a nice shield come up, but the belly slam is just that much stronger. Zadox will pay for their transgressions, but it's a 2-for-1. Weaver will take that all day.
Yeah, and I'm getting flashbacks to last game, Orbital, where we saw Weaver win out the top side rather comprehensively, but they were losing on the bot side of the map, and ultimately it came down to Ming being the bigger carry compared to Jexor. We're seeing glimpses of that. Buffing roaming, though, does mean that Ming will have to drop a wave. Opt to go back by. I think that's a good timing for it. You had to drop a wave anyways. Might as well go on your own terms.
I know you were talking about those differences between the two lanes, but I'm just surprised. Main factor being, Dragon isn't being looked at just yet, it's now being looked at, but these stackings, I'm wondering if this game we get to see the true difference in Dragon's strength of the Brooklyn side, or one team getting, you know, a little hand on the second or third between the two. We don't see just a full stack out of all of them. Vault, of course, taking first Chemtech, and it will be a nice solid pickup here. Not exactly the greatest one, because it doesn't really do anything at the early start. You'd rather have the soul. Still a nice one to grab.
I think it's the base dragons give you tenacity, if I recall correctly. Which, I mean, it's nice, but not necessarily. Like, who's going to benefit from that 5% tenacity, right? Hope's literally got Ragnarok. We don't care about that. If Ming gets tagged by CC, he's probably dead to rights anyways. Maybe it helps Sam out a little bit. As far as solo Drakes go, I think it's one of the lower ones, along with Cloud there. And that's fine for Weaver. They're just going to trade Void Grubs like we've seen before. And it also sets up Zadox well on this top side. Yes, Malphite is a tank, but early on, before he really starts to get those armor items going, he is still vulnerable to the likes of a Viego trying to burst down.
The burst could be too heavy in certain situations. Zadox, though, saying, I don't really care about that. I care about stealing away camps. Has already gone in, took the Krugs away, while Walt was looking at that Dragon below. But it's still evened out. Pulp is still sitting at a nice, I believe, 18 camps so far. Or 8 camps. I can count, don't worry. I think it's 30 stacks is what we were looking at.
I did my math for the day. I'm not even going to try.
yeah, we'll leave it alone. We'll leave it alone. I think I really just botched that. Someone's going to yell at me like, not a true caster, doesn't know jungle pathing, bro. I don't even look at my own items. It's terrible. Still looking, though, for the first major interaction, or I want to say first lane interaction for the junglers here, as Goku has had a significant handle on this mid lane that Zax hasn't really even had to look towards this mid lane.
Yeah, and surprising when you consider that Lissandra is usually considered a harder counter to the Ahri, especially early on. But Goku, I feel like he wants the damage, and with the damage, he's able to do so much more. Has Flash available and might need to use it with Bob coming in.
Maybe you wish you were Lissandra this time around. Goku having to flash over the wall. Does that have a Glacial Prison? And doesn't have the mana for Weaver's Wall as well. I think it's 100 mana. Oh, you do.
There we go.
Oh, just got enough, by the way. Just got enough. Thank God you picked up that tier.
Especially coming down. Bob didn't have flash either. If not, I think he would have followed over the wall. It should be coming back up right now. So Bob could always look to re-gank that mid lane and might actually have to, especially if Sam is losing that much pressure early on.
Oh, wow.
Lane gets tagged up.
Oh, the tag of the traps as well forces out a little bit of a jump, but there's no re-aggression. But you burn an ult for that piece, and now you just wait, praying Ming and Buffing step up out of range. Of course, for their own credit, Brooklyn's bot lane don't really care to do anything. You just drew a depth charge, you're fine.
Yeah, and that was the window they're trying to take advantage of, where Buffing wasn't level 6 yet, no Monsoon available. That's why we saw the aggression, even though it wasn't the ideal spot. And now that's done. Shove it in, kind of reset a little bit for Weaver. Even if you don't get the kill, you're okay. The Jinx still scales really well. In this game, you're not facing a 7-0 Ezreal. Sandy is much more on track to be able to match, especially with the call in pocket as well. That investment kind of nullifies that early kill.
You can see it there, matching with only 300 difference, and actually a heavy lean into the side of Weaver. On the top side, we're seeing the largest gold gap, which is to be expected. A true armor tank now having to draft into that MR side, with Jexor still building the same build. It's understandable. This is unfortunately going to be a break, and I think we do have to have eyes on Princeton. We're watching this Malphite. It was picked up at R3. I really do want to see it have impact in this game. Even if the game goes awry for Brooklyn, I want to see that Malphite have a few solid engages.
Yeah, and again, remember, Princeton isn't a top lane main, right? He is building right now. He's actually a support through and through, whereas Jexor is a top lane main. So if Princeton somehow wins this lane, I'm in shock and I'm in awe. His adaptability to be able to make that happen, it's fine. Even if Princeton falls behind, it's really about being able to punish Sendy later on. So if anything, the one I'm kind of looking at who's suffering a bit more from this might be Quelp. Jexor so far hasn't invaded with that pressure and priority. But if he does start to invade, then if Hope starts to fall behind, that's when you've got problems, because Olaf wants to play from ahead in the first place.
And the fact that this is very quiet is interesting to me. I was realizing what was unsettling about this game to me right now. It's how quiet the game is. So we've been running with pretty much death every single time at this point. I think Weaver were looking at like tower dives in the bot lane every single game. It feels so awkwardly quiet because neither team surprisingly wants to make that gambling move. Weaver have opted more for some of that interesting, and now I cast a curse again because Walt was found in the wrong side of the jungle. You do go into the Ragnarok, but the damage still goes through, especially when you Ragnarok, you don't have any resistances. So that's a big difference, it's just death. But see, here's the thing, RMC, normally this results in multi-kills, not just one.
It might yet. Oh no, let's see how buffing is doing. Okay, they're fine. They're safe. Dragon is spawning. That should go the way of Weaver, but Sendy has to reset because they're low on health. Although, you're right, but keep in mind, once again, right, like Weaver, Brooklyn's back is still up against the wall. Lose this and the series is over. Weaver just got smacked last game, so they're playing a little bit safer. And that's why we're not seeing the chaos. We are still probably going to get to see the solo right here. Someone forced to die.
Oh, good out. Good out. However, I do agree with that. The top lane has not changed at all. What we are seeing is a channel in the mid lane, a little bit of a shove outwards though. Goku wants nothing to do with Sam, who has just gone ahead and recalled. I think that is over. The side of Goku, Goku has not TP'd on their own, so hasn't been able to pick up an extra piece of the puzzle. And that's what you're going to do right now. So, keep yourself safe. Dragon went the way of Weaver. Top side though, Jexor starting to roll out that gold advantage. We were talking about that difference in the top side, maybe not death, but this is the Jexor at games 1 and 2, having a lot of power, a lot of emphasis, maybe even drawing up Walt to that top side to help Princeton out. Yes, I was wondering if that was going to happen. That is the BM get out of our side of the jungle ward, or shard.
Yeah, Jexor was sitting on a ward.
So good.
I'll do that about Princeton too. Why not, right? You're there. You shouldn't be. Get back. Well, overall, with all that's been happening here, you know what? I disagree with the analysis of Goku. I think my man would have happily fought Sam right there. The reason why he shoves out is just to keep Zadok safe.
Oh, okay. Listen, good teammate. Good teammate, Goku.
Yeah,
good teammate, Zeta. Listen,
look at this. He's going right into it.
It's true. And the shove to get a little extra damage down. Goku is watching out for his Vegeta. Even though Zadok is like, I want kills everywhere else, this is a difference. Another shard being thrown, though. The stone not landing as Sam has to run away. And now Princeton's trying to run for their life. No shove to land, though, as Zadok says, hey, you don't have anyone really helping you out, allowing Jexor to even roam into enemy side jungle. Zadok's getting some free farm down. Walt now drawn into the fray. But Weaver starting to kind of, I want to say, poke and prod at the level of Brooklyn's defenses here, seeing what they can get away with.
Yeah, and it feels like they're just setting up for that one big right straight into the faces of Brooklyn. I'm getting a little bit worried for Princeton right now. He's getting bullied out. Jexor has already been beating him, and look what they've called down.
Unstoppable Force just came up, but you opt to go into the fight. You knew there was no way out. Instead of the bot lane, it's top lane this time around, where we see a trade of deaths. Ming still picks up a double kill. Needless to say, though, it's definitely not the Ming of Game 3. Topside tower falls at 14-10.
Still, Ming is picking up kills. We cannot deny that. It's still an issue. Sandy is still being shut down in Orbital. Look at what Sandy built.
Oh. Are you enjoying that, RMC? Tell me, are you enjoying this?
No, but Brooklyn fans should be liking that. No, not the call, Samantha. It's the static shift. I mean, that's going to be a lack of damage for the upcoming fight. So it's not about the bot side. It's got to be about Goku, and Goku's getting ganked.
I mean, that was beautiful. We talked about the roam from buffing on this Janna, and I think a lot of people have agreed. Janna itself feels weird, but there are some aggressive Janna players that know how to get in your face and really mess with the opponent. Aggressive Jannas tend to be some of the most annoying supports to play against.
Yeah, that's fair, and I love the fact that buffing is that style of Janna, right? He's not just to sit back and peel for Ming. Even though it's not the karma, even though you don't have a lot of built-in abilities, you saw how buffing was up in Goku's face and actually slowing him down, setting Sam up to be able to pick up those kills, and that is critical. Mother Goose, did he get it actually? I thought the gold tick up, but it's +1, no?
I think it was all the gold. I think it was the empowered autos on every new champion, I think, or new unit. I mean, it does a lot of damage. I see 26. Okay. I think it was 25 before that last minion went down. So I give it credit. Oh, what I do give credit here is a nice little hook. I'm really not watching Mother Goose, by the way. I'm watching Sendy. Like, is Sendy gonna fall or not?
No. Sendy won't die 1v1 against Ming from full health. It'll take a bit of chip damage. So the fun part's what's happening on the other side. The fact that Whelp was actually waiting in the bush, but Whelp can't find any traction this game.
Nope, because all the traction's in the mid lane. Sam and Goku have all our eyes, and with a draw, this is the flash that we were talking about. Goku running away, another aggressive Janna play, but a draw from Mother Goose. Maybe we get a chance in. Zadox can't really enter into the fray, and it's a 4v3, and Sendy isn't strong, but Jexor on the top side wins it out. So it still kills galore, and it's an even 2-for-1 or 1-for-1. I don't know at this point. I said I wanted action. I wasn't expecting it this quickly. I was ready for a snooze, man. I was ready to sleep. I was like, hit 20 minutes, it's fine. Nah, we all of a sudden got rampant action.
No, you gotta believe in the Zadox that you believe in overall. The fact that he's gonna get some action one way or another. Now, funnily enough, I would normally say that the mid kill should give a bit more pressure and a bit more priority, especially with the Dragon objective coming up. But ironically, because the top side is so isolated, every time Princeton goes down, that is quite a bit of damage that the turret ends up taking. So Jexor gets the kill, gets the damage, and TP's down for this pressure on this bot side. So despite the fact it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, Weaver are kind of edging out these advantages bit by bit. Jexor running this one in because he knows Princeton can't stop him.
That, by the way, is one of the very ego plays. I don't say that because it's a bad play. I'm saying normally you don't rush out when you don't have vision. I think all you saw was Princeton. You don't know who else is behind. Maybe you saw Ming in the mid lane. That is very, very aggressive, and it shows that Weaver are right back in their state of we are in control, at least when Jexor's on the map.
Fair, and Jexor is in 2-0-2 right now. The only other big threat in the area was Whelp, and Whelp sure doesn't have enough damage to kill you. Sam, can he find Goku solo?
Oh, the minions! Oh my god, you called it! I said minions, it was the turret, and it's a dub for Goku. But not without sweating a little bit. Two shot barrage on the back end. Ain't no extra snipe kills for me.
And it's so unfortunate for Sam. Like, we saw how good Sam's Ari is, and it's still been good, but Goku was just outplaying ever so slightly with this Talia Hex Flash over the wall. Will not find Ming, will not even burn the Arcane Flash.
These are little pieces of the puzzle that are slowly starting to come together. It was rattled in game number 3, but Weaver are starting to stack their pieces, and I want to see them really cohesively come together. They have a 5k lead. This is the turnaround situation from game number 3, right? We were talking about the fact that Brooklyn, it felt like they were in control, but the goal didn't really lend itself. This time around, Weaver, I don't think feel like they're in the lead, and yet they're 4k up. They should know they're in the lead.
They do. Look at Zadox and Jexor. The way they're playing, they're definitely playing like they're in the lead. The big problem is we're used to seeing Sendy be the one to step up aggressively, and unfortunately for Sendy, that ain't happening, because look at the inventory again. Static shift. I'm going to mention it every single time. You're set on the Noon Quiver and a static shift and a call, and that just doesn't do anything. our observer Samantha Price, as much as I love her, is trolling me right now with this call. As long as that call sitting in City's inventory, we're just gonna keep seeing it.
I mean, listen. The call does something. It really does. It gives you 7 attack damage. That's something. That is something. All right. That's beside the point, though. I do agree. Sendy needs to have a little bit of time, and it might come in this mid lane. At the bottom lane, though, Princeton, even with no armor in the bucket, you don't have anything. You have an item and a half. You built MR. You're not allowed to use it when Zada is in play. Running Princeton out early and forcing the unstoppable force means a massive engage tool for Brooklyn is gone.
Yeah, and we talked about how Princeton, the whole point is to use that unstoppable force to hunt down Sendy to just stop that big carry from popping through. Heck, you can even use it on Zadox right now because Sendy isn't online. But if you're using it defensively, that's not a tool in your pocket. And because Princeton's kind of behind as well, it really does feel like you're down a person in a lot of these fights.
Taking a look here, this looks to be that kind of force that we were waiting for. Weaver said, hey, we waited long enough. Supports are traded out. But a kill goes Zadox's way. Someone that we've really wanted to see also pop up and have a little bit of time. Tornado was picked up because the Janna Ghost was rocked. This is where we kind of stall out. Weaver, I believe, haven't actually found a good entry point on the top end bot, so they're just going to look mid.
Yeah, and they can kind of brute force this one. Again, keep in mind, unstoppable force not available. So how do you engage with this composition, right? Like, Sam's not there either. Maybe you can look for the flash charm or dash charm. That's not on the table. That's not available. Whelp can't run in because he's not tanky enough at this point. Just sat on one stride breaker. That's it. You compare him to Zadox, who already has Kraken Slayer and Blade of the Rune King completed. It's just not a composition right now where Brooklyn gets to go forward when they're this far behind. By the way, I just want to point out something too. Kraken Slayer, Blade of the Rune King means Baron is rushable by Weaver.
100% rushable. Not only that, the fact that Whelp is not really seen on the map. You touched on it earlier. Zadox and Whelp's inventories are drastically different. Whelp has also not had that same influence. You mentioned that with this type of champion, you want to have that ability to kind of rush in and find those right angles. Whelp has actually had almost negligible impact this game around. 1, 2, and 0 has been primarily trying to farm up, 40 CS down. It's very interesting now that Whelp is on that back foot, waiting for their opportunity to shine this game.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit with that gold right there. Whelp is quite far down right now. He's lower than almost everybody on the side of Weaver. And again, when you have to rush through all that damage, the gauntlet that Weaver has, it gets rough. And I'm afraid it's not going to get better because Weaver will continue improving at a faster rate. And look at just that poke damage. Half health from Poke. Nothing, no major ultimates committed. Those were just basic abilities.
And every time you use basic abilities to get an ultimate that quite literally is Whelp's only ticket through the gauntlet that you talked about, this dragon is free. These little pieces are falling into Weaver's favor. Maybe not through that massive try of the kills, but it is that macro, meaning the macro now shifts into Brooklyn's side. They're going to try and rush this Baron.
This is criminal. And the sentence could be a death penalty for Brooklyn trying to do this. They don't have enough shred. That's an Ezreal, unfortunately. Good poke, good burst, not good sustained damage.
Oh my god.
But now what?
I mean, most of them get away. Ming is actually alive. Everyone's alive. They might just lose the Ari. Sam trying to flash away. Deathshot's gonna go. Ming jumps away, and it looks like you're staying safe for the time being, but you will fall. That is criminal, though. You sacrifice Ming for 4 Baron busts. Brooklyn just turned into robbers right there.
Okay, this is what Oceans. What are we up to? Oceans 13, Oceans 14.
Yeah, Oceans 13.
That's about right there.
Yeah,
Brooklyn getting out there was insane. I mean, sure, they burnt flashes on almost everybody except for Princeton, who had to use his ult. But the fact that they still have 4 Baron buffs standing is incredible. And Weaver trying to take advantage of this, trying to push. They will get this, but after this is probably where the stall stops. Brooklyn, this is not a pushing Baron. This is a stall Baron. They're just buying time with it because they're so far behind.
I mean, that stall is way better than losing an inhibitor tower or anything like that, or losing multiple members. I think Brooklyn are breathing a sigh of relief. And in that same vein, for Weaver, what do you actually want to do? Is there a way to break through these Baron-empowered players? Is there a way to actually get through, or do you just have to wait it out?
Well, if you can find a pick, you could do it. But this does mean Jexor can't just push into Princeton willy-nilly like he's been doing before. You're 2 levels up, yes, but the Baron minions do a lot and won't be cleared as easily. So I think for Weaver, This is kind of a pause button that you reset a little bit. And again, skilling is still not a bad thing for them. Sandy has not been threatened by Princeton a single time. Is still looking to skill up. Thankfully, the call is gone, so Samantha can't troll me with that. But you're just looking to kind of pick up your third item, really, for Sandy before you look to start fighting. Because Static Shiv is not that big a team fight item.
So it almost works in Weaver's favor of, hey, we do actually want to wait. Maybe we do let Sandy build up that control of the itemization. For Brooklyn's side, though, you're also hoping for a little bit more time. This is a stall Baron. You still want to get farm on major players. At the current moment, Ming trying to farm up 223 in the CS pocket. 2.5 items, maybe looking for a third. Mid lane, Sam doing the same. 2.5 items in their pocket. And then, of course, the one that I really want to see still come online, Whelp maybe trying to get some of their own camps rolling.
100%. I think it's Whelp who really needs to pick up that farm right now. Maybe a little bit behind is not the end of the world. You can still poke out with Ezreal. Your Q poke will still outrange the Jigs. And really, the fight for Brooklyn doesn't look like an extended fight. It looks like poke, disengage, continue poking, and then when they're low, look to engage. And the big engager has to be Whelp. He's the one I'm actually looking at to kind of do the sustained damage in these fights. Literally sustain through these fights and not go down early.
And that also hinges on the fact that Princeton is able to draw enough attention away from the rest of the enemies. Every single ult that we've seen out of Princeton so far has been defensive. And as much as we are giving a lot of grace there, I still do want to see Brooklyn in a spot where that ult can be used as an attack option. Give that opening for Whelp to get in the middle, and this might be that chance. They are corralling around Princeton. You want to engage, the rest of the team is there. Maybe you have it, but it doesn't look like there's a chance. You do have to use it to get away, and the rocket behind it doesn't matter. You're not there, and because of that, Weaver see the light at the end of that tunnel. Brooklyn are on the defensive again, this time without a Baron.
Baron buff is gone as well, as you just mentioned, for Brooklyn. So how do you stall this out? Ezreal's not the best wave clear. Ari is okay at it. Zadox does get chunked out, though. Will it be enough? It will save the inhibitor, but the turret still goes down.
That's all they need. Now the threat of an open inhibitor means the threat of Nexus towers if things go awry, if an ace comes through. And now Dragons in the middle. Remember, we have talked about this. The Soul Point has been such a power play for both these teams. That's where we see the explosive angles come through. Weaver have plenty of time to recall, use that extra gold they just picked up, set up their wards if they so wish, and most importantly, take stock of where they want to have these engagements.
I think Weaver right now will take it anywhere they can get it outside of a turret. And Brooklyn's the one who kind of needs to try and set this up, but it's under turret, and again, their wave clear isn't ideal, so they've got to pull the trigger on the engage. They need the unstoppable force from Princeton. We've literally not seen it a single time being used offensively, as you called out earlier. Dragon, with the Cloud Soul, it's kind of an interesting situation, because I don't think it benefits Weaver all that much. Like, there's nobody who I'm looking at saying, oh, you really want this. But what it does is it makes Whelp's life hell. Because with those speed ups, suddenly trying to catch Sandy is going to be a massive pain, and that gauntlet you have to run extends even further as Sandy fights back. So Brooklyn, if you don't fight for this, it sets you further behind, but if you fight for this and lose, it's game over.
I think that's what Weaver are currently playing on. They know that they can force Brooklyn into this situation. One that they're looking for, the use is there, but what a shove! Goku finds a pick. It's still the kill back, though, as Nautilus goes down. It looks like it's a challenge. Zadox actually has to run away, and because of that step up, another shove, though. Goku drops him low, but no one can clean up on the back line. The rockets are firing away as fast as possible, and Zadox is able to get a pretty good take. You actually pick up the Ezreal. What a clean move. The Weaver's wall comes back up, and there it is, the kill, the follow-throughs, the death behind Weaver. Force a fight. They lose Mother Goose, but the mother has to let the hands fly. It is 4-for-1 for Weaver.
And Princeton, that was not the right way to run. You thought it was safer running towards the one solo member. Problem is, you're a hunk of rock. Goku is an earthbender. That did not end well for you. Speed up. So we're seeing Weaver just kind of run around, running to that bot side as fast as you can. Brooklyn are not quite out of it yet. But with Baron on the table, with that wipe that kind of came through, the gold difference has grown bigger. We're looking at almost 10K right now before that Baron fight.
And huge props to Brooklyn for that fact. If you're fighting off against what I'm sure was about a 7K difference before that Dragon, you're able to go toe-to-toe for those situations. You went pretty dang well. I thought it was going to be a wash. Weaver, though, now have every piece of the puzzle ready to go. This Baron is going to be the big one. You have complete warding vision. Yes, you're going to lose one inside track, but it's enough. Brooklyn are still fighting into darkness, and now it's Weaver's turn to take this as quickly as possible. And guess what? They have the Shred Comp. They have the ECAC. They literally have 2 ADCs. No. Okay, thank God. Listen, with how this series has gone, I wouldn't put it past buffing.
It actually took me a second to realize why you said no for a second over. I was like, what? Everything looks good to me.
Listen, I've had one too many steals in my lifetime. I don't want to see that happen here.
Hey, that's right. It's happened in pro play before. Literally, janitorial devastating objectives is a thing that has happened. And now, though, it didn't come through this time. And Weaver do wear the royal purple. They're going to push in. I expect to see Jexor continue his split push because who's answering this Gragas right now? And if you do, you're going to need extra members. That means exposed inhib becomes vulnerable.
And it's a 3-2 situation. Mother Goose running interference, but the last-ditch effort, Brooklyn have to realize things have gone awry. Weaver's wall to ensure both are taken. Zadox says, hey, I've hit it quite low. I can take it as long as you run again in front of the opponent. Brooklyn are pulled in both directions, prey on both sides, and neither is caught. You're going to lose 2 inhibitors. You're going to have a problem, and it's 30 minutes into the game. You lose once, you are gone. Weaver want to finish this one off here.
And things are going from bad to worse for Brooklyn. The ideal time you fight. Okay, no, Sam's still alive. Spirit rushing in aggressively right now, just kiting around. Brooklyn's best time to fight is in the choke point at the inhibitor turret. Even if the turret goes down, the walls are still there. So that's perfect setup for the Unstoppable. They need to pull the trigger now, because once they're in your base, Unstoppable shouldn't catch 4 members in a row.
That charge will catch 1 pretty much immediately, but under the tower you go. Jexor doesn't really have a safety option. He's going to be the best chance, but the ult misses! That feels so bad. Princeton looks for it, and the Prince has fallen. A devastating loss of the Unstoppable Force leads to death for everyone. Brooklyn fall like flies, and Weaver will take this game. It is only Ming and buffing to find their lives, but those will collapse as well. Weaver State University are your ECAC Super Elite champions.
And what a controlled win as well, Orbital. You think about how the first 3 games kind of went. Weaver was the type who just said, okay, we've got a small lead, like you said, very low threshold for wanting to execute and wanting to snowball. And they were just right from the get-go revving away. But here in game 4, they took their time. They slowed it down. They got that call for Sendy, and they waited for Sendy to actually skill up to end it. And you know what? Props to Brooklyn College as well. You think back to how their split has gone. You think back to how dominant Weaver has been. Brooklyn is only the 2nd team this entire split to hand Weaver a loss.
And there is a moment where I think there's a lot of respect given when you can force a team like Weaver to kind of sit forward in their chair. There were very few gambles in that game 4. You kind of force them into, okay, we have to play tactically. We can't make these mistakes. Give them a lot of credit. At the end of the day, though, it is a Weaver win. They are your reigning back-to-back champions here in the ECAC. I can talk because I almost lost my voice in all 4 of those games. And, of course, we get some inside information. We are going to have an interview with Zadox of the Weaver squad, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. we appreciate every single person that has stuck around for this broadcast. I know we had some technical issues. I know we're running about an hour behind, but my gosh, was that an amazing series. Weaver versus Brooklyn did deliver on multiple pieces of action, but at the end of the day, Weaver came out with the 3-1, and here for an interview is Zaddy himself, the Pentakill member that got it in game number 2. Zaddy, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling phenomenal, boys. I'm fucking him. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to swear.
You know what, Zadox, you fully deserve it. You definitely popped off this series, absolutely massive. Now, I did want to ask you some questions about the series itself, because, you know, coming into tonight, I know Sandy was feeling really confident about it. How do you think Brooklyn matched up? Were you expecting the sort of 3-1 result?
Yeah, honestly, going into this, I was expecting either a 3-0 or a 3-1. I didn't think there's any way I was going 3-2 or even going on their side. Because honestly, like the only team we were really worried about was Fisher in the semifinals, and we performed very, very well. And so I felt very like confident going into this. Like not even anything against like the team we were playing. It just I personally felt really confident in us.
Fair enough. I mean, you got a pentakill, and your Lee Sin and Viego play were both incredibly clean. So let's talk about the one game that wasn't so clean. Not necessarily from you. I think your game was still really good on that Lee Sin. Game 3, what happened, and why did Weaver drop again?
Listen, it was a ship, a lot of holes, and I was running around plugging all the holes, but there were too many holes, boys. I'm gonna be honest. There was just a lot of like mixed up communication, a lot of stuff just going absolutely wrong, and it was like, oh, like I remember our comps like, oh guys, it's fine, just play like this, it's gonna be okay. It was not fine. Everything was on fire, and yeah, I mean that's pretty much what happened.
Then how did y'all fix it so fast? Because game 4 looked like your cleanest game this series. I mean, game 2 was probably more dominant, but game 4 felt like you guys had less ways for Brooklyn to kind of come back into it. So what happened between game 3 and game 4?
Well, I think it was just talking between the games. I mean, I think we should have slowed down the pace of game 3. And I had a pretty sizable lead in jungle. And so like what happened was when essentially a very similar thing happened in game 4, like, their bot lane got an advantage and I still, had a lead early. It just kind of turned to like, hey guys, like this is the same thing as last game. Like we have a lead on me. Like let's just make sure all of our plays are centered around me. Like if we have a situation where they're playing on one side of the map, let's just cross map. Let's just play to like our strength. Let's stop playing, because we just kept fighting over everything in that game 3. And so yeah, that's pretty much what we did, and everybody adjusted, and everybody just had a better mentality. Like there was a lot less just like panic and like tilting in the game 4. Everybody's like, "Yep, okay, we got this game. Like we just keep playing around this side," and it was just a lot more methodical. I think it's just the biggest difference.
Fair enough, definitely show. Now, Zadox, a bit of a personal question for me, because I've cast you and Sandy for a long time, but I've actually been watching Goku for even longer. The man was used to play in CBLOL Tier 1 and actually went to Worlds 2019. So I'm just curious, what's it like to play with a former like Worlds player, former Brazilian champion?
It's super nice. Like it's super nice. Like I'd say the biggest thing is you can just get like guaranteed constructive like criticism and feedback. Like there's never a situation where it's like when he's explaining something, like it comes from like a level of like, I mean, because he's here to play. You know what I mean? Like he's not here for like ego or anything like that. He's trying to win. And so like, and he's obviously got a lot of experience. And so it just comes from like, obviously, he's insane, right? And so like, it's just way easier to also just listen to that criticism when you have like, let's say like that resume behind you. It feels like it's never coming from like a place of like, oh, like I'm better than you or something. And plus like him and I are roommates. So like we get to interact on the daily. So it's pretty nice. Like it's like, we're always constantly talking about stuff, and it's just a really healthy relationship. I think he's, from what I've heard from him, he's very different than other CBLOL players. I've been very fortunate that he isn't the walking ego. So yeah, it's been a pleasure. He's obviously insane, and we've had some insane like experience in terms of like our scrims and everything in our matches. Like it seems like him and I mesh really, really well. We're always looking for 2v2s and always like performing. And even afterwards, like even like when we play 2v2s and we win them, we're still reviewing like, should we have played this differently? And I like that approach of like good isn't good enough is kind of his mentality. So I like that.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I guess whoever like wasn't good enough doesn't get to sleep in the room.
Yeah. that is a punishment and a half I just heard. Holy moly. Oh my god.
I'm just saying, Zadox played better today. Maybe Goku doesn't get the bed.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, well, you guys did win though, and this is your second straight time winning the ECAC. So Zadox, where do you guys go from here? Like, what's the goal?
I mean, tomorrow we literally have semifinals of our CLOL West Conference. We're playing against UCI, and I mean, it's just going to be a free win. No, I'm kidding, but it's really just that. Like everything, like all the eggs are in the CLOL basket right now because from like how the past West conferences have gone, it seems like if you make finals, you pretty much are guaranteed a nationals berth because there's the one that you get for winning West. And they typically give one other national slot to West based off of like strength from like the council or whatever. So really, it's just all of our focus is in that and on our match tomorrow.
Yeah, all right. I like it. You know, really still looking towards that future, even though you took a victory here and are now the two-time champions of the ECAC Super Elite Division. And it's amazing to say that again, Zaddy. We appreciate you being here. And now, are there any final words you would like to give a shout out? Because I know your teammates say you have a little buff on your side there. So, any final shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I got a bunch of shout outs. First one, I do want to make it a point. I think this is one of Jex's best series he's ever played. I think he really stood up. He played phenomenally, especially those last 3 games. He played good the first game, but I think even in the loss in the third game, I think he was still performing his job really, really well. He had a couple bumps like during the regular season in CLOL and in ECAC, but I think he straight up he had like a wake up call moment, and he just started messaging everybody on the roster like, hey, what can I do better? This, that, and a lot of it was just him misidentifying what his role was in the game. And I feel like he's just become these last 2 weeks, he's become a completely different player, and it just came from his effort. Like this dude is putting in so much time, like VOD reviewing, playing solo queue, everything, and he's like for sure like earned like the performance he's been pulling off. So first off to him. Shout out to the rest of my team. Shout out to Goku, absolute beast. He snores a little loud at night though, but it's all right. He's a good player, so I forgive him. Shout out to Sendy. He's been trying to step into like a bigger role, like for himself. Like he's not used to being like, let's say like one of the louder voices or like one of like the big leaders. But I feel like this semester specifically, he has kind of been fitting into that role, and trying to be more of a leader and take more accountability. Like instead of just being a player, he's positioning himself as a leader within the team as well, which I'm really proud of him for that. Shout out to Colton or Mother Goose. He filled in for to play support when he's a top laner. Our normal support Daniel, he actually is busy on Fridays, and so we're like, you know what? Let's just have him play because he's also fighting for like the top lane spot, and so it was a good excuse for him to get some experience and get those reps and learn kind of like how the team function. And he played really, really well. He fit the role. I mean, this dude was like, we're in playoffs and we're first picking Braum for him. Like we're like first timing Braum for him. And he's like pulling up U.GG and like looking at what the abilities do. So like he really stepped up big time. So yeah, shout out to the whole team. Shout out to Tyler, our coach. We went through a lot of changes this season, I will say. And shout out to all my friends who were watching, supporting. Shout out to my family, and then shout out to Kenzie, the real MVP. Actually 1v9 every game, and now she's getting me pizza. She's just kind of goat. So
all the shout outs. And I mean, Zadox, you played phenomenally. Again, congratulations on the second crown here in the ECAC, and good luck on your future ventures, especially in the CLOL West Division semifinals.
I appreciate it, boys. Go!
All right, there it is. That is the finish, and it is going to be it for us here today. But of course, there is more on the horizon. Specifically, this Sunday is CECC Texas qualifiers starting at 3 p.m. CST, because I can read and really definitely tune in at 3 p.m. I know these qualifiers are very big. If you have not tuned in before, these are some of the best from around the nation that are now competing for a spot at a very particular land that I'm sure you're going to want to see. So make sure to tune in then on Sunday. But of course, for us here today, We appreciate you tuning in. My name is Ordo. With me has been Brandon Minion-Caster. Of course, we have Leighton in the production booth, and then Samantha on the observation. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic night.